We are going live. Yes, ma'am, we are live.
Very good morning to all present over here on this 2 days faculty development program of CHM College in collaboration with Bombay Teachers Training College. Before we start today's program, I request you all to please rise for the national anthem, and I request Pratiksha to please support the system. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you and welcome to you all once again on this collaborated effort of Shrimati Chandibai Mansukhani College and Bombay Teachers Training College for 2 days online faculty development program on teaching learning strategies for outcome-based education. We had a fruitful day yesterday. Today, before we start, I request Miss Ambika Motwani and her team partner to present yesterday's proceedings.
Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Ambika Motwani. I'll be giving you all a brief summary of yesterday's session. The session began by Dr. Neena Anand welcoming our chief guest, Mr. Kishu Mansukhani ji, who is the president and the trustee of Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, inaugurated the session alongside Dr. Manju Lalwani Pathak and Dr. Bhagwan Balani. Dr. Bhagwan Balani began with the technical session by talking about how the use of technology is the need of an hour. Dr. Balani also stated that BTTC was one of the few colleges that was technologically driven and motivated to provide an education structure designed to equip students with the necessary leadership skills and tools for the modern world. The session was taken ahead by Dr. M.A. Ansari, who took us into the brief history of Dr. Benjamin Bloom and explained his famous framework, and also explained about the cognitive domain as being the center of rational thinking. Our next speaker, Dr. Rajiv Jha, introduced Google Classroom and also demonstrated the various features of Google Classroom, which can be used to review scheduled assignments, use of Google Calendar, which sets up reminders for the lectures and due dates for the assignments. Our next resource person was Dr. Manisha Tyagi, who showed us the template used for designing outcome-based education, which is divided into 3 outcomes, which are program education outcome, program learning outcome, and course learning outcome. She briefly explained how these outcomes are necessary tools that students need to face during 21st century. Dr. Tyagi was also accompanied by her students Ms. Bhavika Gyanchandani and Ms. Ritika Makhija, who gave us the exposure to the new tools, quizzes, and students' Google sites and extensively explained and demonstrated to all our audience. I hand over the platform to Ms. Saloni Bhatija so that she will be giving you all a brief summary of the afternoon session.
Good morning to one and all present over here. I, Ms. Saloni Khatija, I will be sharing a brief summary of yesterday's noon session, which was first conducted by Dr. Raju Talreja ma'am. She introduced puzzle to the participants. She demonstrated and explained very thoroughly how to use Edpuzzle and its advantages. She also showed another feature of platform named Gradebook. Ma'am also gave us brief information about goinformative.com. Later, Dr. Neil Verma ma'am took over the session and she introduced us Canva app, which is an important tool for teachers. She explained us in detail how to use the app and how to create posters, resume, logo, etc. by using Canva. She also demonstrated how to create presentations, and lastly, she amazingly responded to all the queries of the participants. Lastly, Ms. Sharmeen Ansari took over the session and explained us step by step in detail about Padlet. Ma'am also shared few examples with us. At the end, Sir Ajit Thomas took over the question answer session and ended the session by vote of thanks.
Thank you, Miss Ambika Motwani and Miss Saloni Bhatija for presenting these proceedings of yesterday's events. I request Mr. Ranjit to unmute Dr. Meenakshi Lat, Dr. Lubna Mansoori, and Dr. Priya Pillai, who all are the presenters for today's first technical session, which is Technology Integrated Teaching Learning Strategies. Before I invite Dr. Meenakshi Lat, I request Saloni Bhatija to please introduce Dr. Meenakshi Lat, faculty, Bombay Teachers Training College, before she takes up her technical session.
Good morning to one and all present here. I feel honored.
1 minute, sorry. Mr. Ranjit, please allow Saloni to put on her camera. Thank you. Saloni, please continue.
Good morning, one and all present here. I am Saloni Bhatija. I feel honored to welcome Ms. Meenakshi Lat, Associate of Professor at Bombay Teachers Training College, joined as lecturer in 2001. She is a member of Academic Council of HSNC University and is currently serving as the chairperson of the Board of Studies of Education at HSNC Mumbai. She is a graduate in microbiology and a postgraduate in history and education from the University of Mumbai. She has a certificate in instructional design from SNBT Women's University in 2008. She was a recipient of K.T. Shahani Award in 2010 for Best Academician for her contribution to the field of education. Dr. Lat completed her PhD in education on the study of online learning community for B.Ed students of the University of Mumbai in 2016. She has developed a learning platform at BTTC named BTTC Shiksha. She has undertaken minor research projects funded by Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and University of Mumbai. She has organized various seminars and conferences at national and international level at BTTC and have published and presented research papers. Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Meenakshi, the session is over to you.
Thank you, Saloni, for that very gracious introduction. Thank you, Dr. Mandeep. Thank you to everyone at BTTC and CHSM for organizing this program. So yesterday, we had a really marathon session. It was really action-packed and based on outcome-based education. So we discussed Bloom's taxonomy, and the 4 quadrants paradigm. And then in the afternoon, we immersed ourselves in the immersive technologies. So, and we understood how to engage students in the whole teaching learning process. So in this session, we'll pick up the threads from yesterday's sessions. I'm sorry, my PC is a bit slow. I will just share my
Dr.
screen.
Meenakshi, we can see the PPT.
All right.
Uh,
Yes.
Now it is gone. Yes, it is clear.
Yes, the full screen. Right. So in this session, we'll pick up the threads from yesterday's sessions with some more technology integrated teaching learning strategies. So with me, I have Dr. Lubna Mansoori and Dr. Priya Pillai, my colleagues at BTTC, and our very talented and tech-savvy students, Ms. Salsabil Sheikh and Ms. Zubia Sheikh. So we will be dealing with this session. So in this session, we will cover the conceptual framework of technology-based learning environments, and then we'll go on to discuss a few strategies and tools. So we will include in that the gallery walk, Mendeley's citation software, Mentimeter, Wordwall, and Nearpod. So this is what we will be discussing in this session. So now that we do understand that teaching online remains for us a relatively new frontier. And in the last 1 year, probably a lot of us have been doing online teaching for the first time. And it is estimated that at least for the coming months, we will continue to teach online, even though colleges may reopen, but still the trend of online learning will continue. And there has been such a major shift in the whole education paradigm that we need to take time to sit back and reflect on what are these changes and how we can best deal with it. So the question arises now is, how do you design effective learning experiences in the online environment? And this is what this session will attempt to answer. Of course, there's still a lot that we need to understand about this new way of teaching, both in terms of the learning environment as well as the pedagogy, and also at the same time keeping in the forefront what are the learning outcomes which we have to achieve. So for this, we have a theoretical framework which is presented to answer this question. So this concept of community of inquiry first was suggested by our great pragmatist thinkers, John Dewey and C.S. Peirce. So it's through their ideas of community of inquiry that this idea of community first came about. The whole idea of a learning community. And I think you would have understood from yesterday's experience how BTTC is a learning community and in what way, what kind of manner we function. So coming back to this community of inquiry framework, taking on the ideas of C.S. Peirce and John Dewey, we had 3 researchers, Garrison, Anderson, and Archer. They were from Athabasca University in Canada, and in 2001, around 2001, they were engaged in a project, and the outcome of that project was the community of inquiry framework. So this is one of the most researched and the best known of the conceptual frameworks which is used for online learning environments. And basically, you can have a look at the diagram in the slide. It is all about the educational experience and the process of creating deep and meaningful learning experiences by paying attention to three elements which are nevertheless interdependent. So we have these three elements as social presence, cognitive presence, and teaching presence. So research from this community of inquiry model suggests that the instructor's presence or the teacher's presence and the engagement with online learners is the most significant variable in the teaching learning experience. So it is probably a good way to say it, that it is the teacher who drives the other two elements. The teacher drives the social presence by setting the climate, and she drives the cognitive presence by selecting appropriate content. And of course, by supporting discourse in this educational environment. So, you've heard that story, that parable about the blind man and the elephant. So it's a very interesting and colorful way of making sense of this whole framework or the community of inquiry framework. So in this story, you know that there are some blind men, there are four blind men and the elephant, and they are trying to understand what's before them. So one of them suggests that what they have before them is a tree. Maybe they touch the leg of the elephant. Another thinks it's a rope, and another says it's a wall. And the whole story gives you this insight that in isolation, we are all trapped inside our limited experience, and we cannot know truth in its entirety. That we cannot completely know truth in isolation. And of course, the best way for those blind men to make sense of what was before them was probably to cooperate and form a community. And the goal of that community being inquiry. And when they share their experiences and explore further, they can figure out, maybe they still can't see the elephant, but they can figure out much more about the elephant, and they will no longer be trapped in their limited perspective. So in a similar manner, we have this concept of the community of inquiry framework. And the whole essence of the community of inquiry framework is the element or essence of being present. So being present. So in the sense, the teacher is present to direct, to guide, to listen to the learners, to share her or his experiences and expertise and her personal insights, and even her doubts and trepidations and questions which come to her mind, and maybe even revealing the gaps in her own understanding and knowledge, the fill in the blanks which hopefully the students and the learners will do. So you would also remember that yesterday when Dr. Jha spoke about the 4 quadrants framework, which was suggested by the UGC for Swayam and other online courses, that it included one quadrant, the third quadrant, the discussion forum, which actually focuses on this whole idea of experience, educational experience, or the teaching presence or social presence, and even the cognitive presence, which can be achieved through that discussion forum. Of course, the other 3 quadrants, as he mentioned, were the e-tutorials or video and audio content, and the e-content, references and readings, and finally the fourth quadrant, which was assessment. Even if you look at the platforms which we use for education, for online learning, such as the Zoom platform, which many of you may be using over the last 1 year, the Microsoft Teams, the Google platform, the Google Classroom platform, the Google Meet platform, and of course Moodle platforms, the learning management systems which are used. All of them, you see, will cater to these three elements. In all these platforms, there's a means for the teacher to ensure that there is interaction and there is a social presence. Uh, and For example, if you look at our own platform, we have right now in the Zoom platform, we have the polling element where you can conduct a poll and interact with the learners, or um, the rooms, the breakout rooms, where you can put students into groups and enable their interaction with each other. And you also have this annotate feature where you can scribble, or the students can scribble on your screen and express themselves in various ways. So every learning platform also is based on this framework. So how do we achieve this? Uh, how do we achieve this presence? How can we make this happen? So, for example, for developing social presence, sorry, the slide has gone. All right. So for developing social presence, which is really the ability of the participants to project themselves socially and emotionally as people, expressing their full personality in whatever way they are, and communicating with the others. Social presence can be encouraged by having a discussion forum, as mentioned earlier, and also simple things like you've seen how so many teachers address their students by name. These are things we do naturally in a face-to-face environment. And this framework is a reminder to us that all this needs to be also present in a technology-based environment. Also, using humor. You see that in our Zoom platform, we have emoticons which can be used, a thumbs up or a clapping and so on. And personalizing announcements or course introductions. These are some ways where you can build a very strong social presence. So you would have seen yesterday, all our teachers uh, who conducted the sessions, they attempted to involve the participants through various means. And building that climate of trust and that environment of comfort, where students are feeling safe to take risks or go out on a limb and express their thoughts. This is the foundation which makes your learners ready for the other two presences, that is the teaching presence and the cognitive presence. So whenever you plan for a session or for your uh, lecture, as a teacher, you are attempting to establish your teaching presence. So you design your learning, you facilitate the whole process, you direct the students as to what to do, selects resources for them to read, and bring to their attention so many things. You make probably a presentation, and all these are ways where you establish your teaching presence. Even in an online environment, in an asynchronous environment, you can establish your teaching presence very, very strongly. And all the learning management systems have a means where you can do that. So in Moodle, for example, you have various types of discussion forums. You have a comments section where students can just comment randomly on anything. And even supporting your whole presence through the use of social media by even maybe communications via email or WhatsApp or any other an app even. These are some ways where you can establish teaching presence. And finally, cognitive presence, the extent to which you can sustain reflection in your community, and the whole idea of discourse, where you challenge student thinking and encourage them to examine ideas and probe. This is something which is often very important in the process of, let's say, social inquiry or scientific inquiry. So if you're a science teacher or a social science teacher, it's very important to sustain reflection and critical thinking in your learning environment. So discussions and sharing are very wonderful ways to achieve this. So this whole concept of community of inquiry can be nicely related with the constructivist approach to learning. So what is this constructivist approach? I'm sure you've heard this term very frequently in the whole learning process. And the whole idea of the constructivist approach is that learning doesn't happen in isolation. Learners build their knowledge based on past experiences, and the teacher's job is to scaffold those experiences. So if we relate the whole online learning environment to the constructivist approach or construction of knowledge approach, where we believe that each learner constructs knowledge differently based on their past experience, these are some of the questions you will begin to ask. Are you able to maintain relevance of your online learning to the students' future professional practices or what they will do in future? So this is very important in fields like engineering, teacher education, medicine, and of course any academic course where you're hoping that they will apply their learning in some other situations. Reflection. How much of critical reflective thinking is happening in that environment? To what extent is there interaction or a rich dialogue between the students and the teacher? To what extent are you able to support their learning? And how do the peers support each other? You can see this is a very strong element at BTTC, where there's a lot of peer support with the students. And finally, are students and teachers making good sense of each other's online communications? So these are some elements which or questions I would like to leave you with. I will just share with you a link. You can consider it as a type of, you can consider it as homework, or I'll share it in the chat box in a minute. So that's a link you can check out when you go home. when you are done for the day. It's this whole community of inquiry framework which has been uh, shared on ThingLink. So ThingLink is another tool which is used. I will not tell you about ThingLink. You can discover it for yourself, because you know the journey of personal discovery is probably the best discovery. I will now hand over the session to Dr. Lubna Mansoori, and before that to Dhrumi, I think Dhrumi Vora, am I
Yes,
right?
thank you, Dr.
Meenakshi ma'am,
Meenakshi.
Yes.
excuse me 1 minute. Meenakshi ma'am, you can show that slide to them, ma'am, about ThinkLink.
Okay, yes, I'll just show it to them. Let me just pull it out.
So
Right.
in the meanwhile, I request Miss Dhrumi Vora to please unmute yourself and introduce Dr. Lubna Mansoori on this portal and welcome her.
So you can see in this slide, there are links, and you can explore these links. Over to you, Dhrumi.
Dr. Meenakshi, I think you had to switch over to the other slide.
Yes.
Share screen, I think, needs to be changed. Then those links could be visible.
Yeah, that's all right, I think.
Ma'am, they couldn't see it. There are people who are saying they could not see it.
Right. So I've just shared it in the chat. So this link is shared in the chat. That's your homework. Dr. Mandeep told us yesterday that we need to give them some work to do. Right? Okay, Dhrumi.
We will keep following with the homework also.
Yes.
Teachers do not feel very happy unless they give the homework. Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi, for leaving us with self-discovery. That's really admired word for this FDP. Over to Dhrumi to welcome Dr. Lubna Mansoori. May I request Mr. Ranjit, please unmute Dhrumi Vora. And the next one, Janet James, please keep yourself unmuted.
Yes, ma'am, she is unmuted. Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Dhrumi, you can start. Dhrumi, are you there? Hello.
So Dr. Mandeep, should we introduce Dr. Lubna?
allow me to take the honor. I do not know what is the, the technical error.
Yes.
Students had been preparing themselves well, but all of them, we all are learners. Dr. Lubna Mansoori, Associate Professor at Bombay Teachers Training College, has done her MA Sociology and English Literature and PhD in the area of multicultural education. She is visiting faculty for course Organizational Behavior PG, DME and Research Methodology, Department of Education, University of Mumbai. She is recognized research guide for PhD, University of Mumbai, and 2 students are doing PhD under her able guidance. She has published papers at peer-reviewed journals. She has presented national and international conferences, and the latest one is at Boston and UAE. She was sponsored the major research project by ICSSR in 2016 and 17, and for minor research project by University of Mumbai in 2019 and 20. She has published the book titled Multicultural Education for our B.Ed students under her paper. Her areas of interest and expertise are blended teaching and learning, innovative teaching strategies, experiential teaching, and soft skills. Dr. Lubna Mansoori, we welcome you on this platform and we are eager to learn from you. I request the host to please unmute and allow her to put the camera on. Welcome, Dr. Lubna Mansoori.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but your video is put off.
No,
Video is off.
No, ma'am, we can see you.
Okay. A very good morning to all present. I would just start by saying that 2020-21 is not a normal world. We all know this, and as teachers, we are looking for ways to engage our students and try to help them stay in their creative minds. In today's session, I'm going to talk about technology integrated collaborative strategies. Before I talk about the actual strategy that I'm going to give you all an insight into, I would just like to focus on what is collaborative learning. As Dr. Meenakshi Lat just talked about constructivism, cooperation, collaboration, I would just like to say a few words about collaborative learning. It is a process of individuals working in cooperation to make meaning of what is to be learned. And why collaborative learning is important. It is important because it provides an opportunity to all learners to be actively and continuously engaged in making meaning of what is being learned through various means such as conversing, listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Before I go on to my strategy, I would like you all to see the name of the strategy on the slide, Gallery Walk. We all visit exhibitions, we go to museums, we see a variety of galleries over there. Can this particular aspect be applied in our teaching learning process? Can we do that? Can we bring the gallery to our classrooms? So let me take you to a particular strategy, or I can say a cooperative, collaborative, technological and integrated strategy. And this strategy is a discussion technique. It is where the learners are actively learning and they are learning, they are encouraged to build on knowledge about the topic or content. And that promotes higher order thinking like critical thinking, problem solving, decision making. This particular strategy ensures equitable participation and is structured in a manner that it gives time to the students to think and respond to their classmates in the space time that they require. I have reimagined this gallery walk keeping in mind the present situation. This is actually a strategy, but I have reimagined and made this particular gallery walk into a virtual gallery walk. How can we engage learners? What is the step or what are the steps? How can we plan? How can we implement it? The first and foremost step to this particular strategy is that it all starts with a virtual setup. You, as teachers, we need to choose a platform to organize and facilitate the virtual gallery walk. What do you require for this? You require a Zoom platform, maybe a Google Meet or Google Slides, or a combination of both. An organized setup and plan will ensure that there are no hiccups when you begin the activity. So as I said in the beginning, that what is required is a virtual setup. You need to identify the platform. It can be Zoom, it can be Google Meet. There are various platforms. So you first identify on which platform are you going to do your virtual gallery walk. So the first step states create virtual gallery. Now, how are we going to create this virtual gallery? You copy paste the gallery walk sources to Google Slides. Now, why Google Slides? Because we can share it with the students. But remember to change sharing permission to view only. You can also set timers for each gallery or each slide. That gives the students an idea that how many minutes they are supposed to be on that particular gallery, the first gallery, or the number of galleries that you have prepared. And you see to it that the students see that particular slide in a presentation mode. You also need to give clear instructions so that if you can't give, see to it that you write clear instructions on the slides. The second step for the virtual classroom is, first is you create your virtual gallery. Means you think of various sources. Now how can you create your virtual gallery? Through quotes, through images, through videos, through questions. Next, meet with students. Now it's very important that you tell your students the purpose. Why are you doing this? How are you going to go about? So an initial meet on the video on the platform is very important. Like if you take a Zoom platform, I'm taking an example, you share the link in advance with the students and you tell them that we are going to meet at so and so time on this platform, and give them clear instructions with regard to the virtual gallery. That is how many galleries they have to visit, what they are supposed to do, and how are you going to make groups for them. So you need to meet the students and provide detailed instructions with regard to the purpose and the specific aim, that how are you going to conduct this. So the expectations and the instructions should be very clear. Next, assign small groups. Now, I know in degree colleges, we do not have 50 or 60 students. We have 100 and 120 students in a classroom. So in that particular case, you can make 6 galleries, 10 galleries, depending on the number of students. In this, how are you going to use the Zoom platform? You can use the feature of breakout rooms. So you create create breakout rooms in advance, okay, of small groups to collaborate so that they can analyze the sources in your pre-made presentation. It can be, you can also put these links on the Google slide, okay? And there are various features that you can use on Zoom. So prior to this, the teacher has to plan many things. She first has to create the virtual gallery. She has to divide the class into small groups. So all these tasks the teacher has to do in advance so that there is no commotion, no chaos in the class. So in the breakout rooms, you can decide how many breakout rooms you want to make, which students are going to see what, give clear instruction, give group numbers, tell them that your group 1, you're going to watch gallery 1, you're going group 2, you're going to watch gallery 2. So you have to tell that in rotation, every student will have to see all the slides, all the galleries. And with that, you give them clear instructions that you're going to give them content sheet or graphic organizer in order to write their records, because in this the main important thing is the student has to reflect, the student has to use the writing skills as to what he or she is looking at and what are his views, opinion and interpretation. Now once we finish with assigning small groups, we actually go on to do the walk through the gallery. Now, the host has the right to go into all the breakout rooms. So you have the authority to go in each and every breakout room, and you can see whether the students are using, are in sync with what instructions you have given. And during the breakout rooms, you can ask them questions. Now, I'll also discuss later a strategy in which manner you can ask questions to them so that they know that they can be asked a question anytime. So you can also send chat messages in the breakout room if you have.
I think Lubna lost the connection.
Dr. Mansoori, Dr. Priya, you will take it over. I think Dr. Mansoori has lost the connection. Yes, Lubna Miss, welcome back. Still you are unmuted, Dr. Lubna. Host, please unmute Dr. Lubna. Please allow.
I think I lost my connection.
Yes, yes. Welcome back.
Just give me a minute.
I hope you can share screen.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm doing that. Am I there?
No, I can't see the screen as yet. Yes, it is. Yes, yes. Yeah, we are back to that slide. You were. No, I think you were on the gallery. Yes, yes, Dr. Lubna.
Yes, sorry.
Yes, it is clear
I
now.
said actual walk through the gallery. Now, as I told you, you can go in the breakout rooms. You can ask questions to them. You can also draft few probing questions for each gallery, and you can check what the students are given. Now, there is one more feature on Zoom. If we all know that we can have timers for the breakout rooms. And once you feel that you have given enough time to the students, automatically the breakout rooms shut and they come back to the normal particular main meeting. So here is what I'm trying to say, that you allow your students, tell them the time limit, how much they are supposed to spend time on a particular gallery, and what are they supposed to observe. I'll be giving you one more example in this, but I just wanted to brief you all out with the steps. Now, the next is, last is wrap up round. Now, after doing, we all know, I know you may be having questions like, how much time will this particular strategy take? Are we just going to concentrate on the strategy? But it is a wonderful strategy, especially in today's time, because we need variety of activities and strategies that we can do. So how do you know that after doing all this, your students know or are aware about the concept and the content and the whatever you want to explain, the student have gauged that what you wanted to teach? So in the wrap up round, the students are told in the beginning, each group is given an allotted role, that in this particular group, 2 students will be given a role of a leader and a presenter. So in the beginning, when you're assigning the roles, you can give the roles to the students saying that you will be the leader and you will be the presenter. So at the end, when you finish this, all the steps, you ask the students to present it. So the technique closes with an oral presentation or report out in which each group synthesizes the comments to a particular question. Now I will give you all an example which will make you all understand in a better manner. I have done this with my student, so I will tell you all about. Now, this is an example of foundation course of FY BCom, and the topic is effective listening. So what I did, I have prepared a virtual gallery for you all, and I'll be showing you all that virtual gallery. You can also share the link with the students in the chat of the Zoom platform. When you ask the students to go in for the breakout rooms, you post this particular link so that the students can have can go through the galleries. I will take you to the gallery, what it is, and I will also show you all the content sheet that I have prepared. Just give me a minute. This is the galleries that I have prepared. These are some quotes, and with this gallery walk, I have given some content sheet, which I'll show you later, but you can see the galleries that I have created. These are quotes on listening, where I have given them questions as to which quote do you like the most, why do you like it, and what message do you get from these quotes. The next gallery is about the content, that is, what are the skills required for an effective listening. So here you can see I have given them an image where you can use these image where the matter is there and students read out and understand the question. The next is, the third gallery is a video on the listening process. Now the instructions are given in the content sheet. Watch the video and answer the questions. So looking at the video, the students will then answer the questions that are there. Then the fourth gallery again is on the, I think I missed out the fourth gallery. The fourth gallery is how to improve your listening skills. So a teacher needs to identify the correct sources on what content she wants the students to learn. So now I will show you all the content sheet. which I have prepared like an organizer. And I had given this to my students. You can also ask your students to send you back this particular. Can you all see it? Audience, can you see participants?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Lubna, it's clear.
So, yes, so here it is. I have written, read the question and answer them according to the galleries or stations. You can either refer it to stations or gallery, but I use the word gallery. There are no right or wrong answers. Each gallery duration will be of 5 minutes. The gallery 1 is of code, where I have written down the questions and the students have to answer. Gallery 2 is an image where they, again, a question is there, video where there are questions. Now you have to think about the questions and you need to decide what content matter you want the students to learn. I had shared this with my student. I'll show you what I had shared with my students, and my students have replied this after watching the gallery, virtual gallery, and they have given me the answer. These are my own students, volunteers who will be helping us today with the ICT tools. These are the answers of the students who have given me back when they finished with their virtual gallery. And through this, I can understand how much they know, how much they have understood the concept, and also a presentation on the Zoom platform. So this is how we can go about. I'll also give you, I'll just read out the, 1 minute. Yes, so you can see over here when, how do we plan our lesson? How do we plan our lectures basically? Prepare the virtual gallery as I gave you an example. I will share the link with the students. I will divide and assign groups to students in advance, give them clear instructions for each gallery. I'll ask them to record and interpret the ideas in graphic organizer or content sheet. Again, I have given them the link for that. Then rotate in different gallery along with the students. The teacher needs to move along with the students. Use cold calling strategy. Now, what is this strategy? We all begin our lectures with a question. Questioning skill is the tool that we in higher education, we use that. And usually we get students who few students who raise their hands, and are what we usually do is that we ask those students who raise their hands. We do not ask students who are sitting behind because we don't want to waste our lecture. But this strategy will help you to involve all the students and also see to it that students are paying attention to what is going on in the class. So this particular strategy, we usually start with questions like, can anyone tell me? Can anyone remember? Who has answered this? So in cold calling strategy, here the norm is that you call out the names of the students. You have to call out the name of the students, and the students anticipate being asked to respond, share their thoughts, prepare answer to every question in readiness for being selected. They all are involved in this. So you can say that, Michael, what were you thinking? Safia, what answer did you get? So these are some of the ways that you can use this strategy. This is the powerful tool that you can use, and the teacher chooses who to respond, and it could be anyone. So the strategy goes in like, you ask a question, give them time, select someone to respond to the answers, and you can then ask that, what did the other person say? So this is cold calling strategy. Discuss each gallery with the students and ask the students to do a presentation and derive the concept content at the end. This was an example which I thought I could show you all. And what is the task of the teacher? Now, the teacher needs to prepare, as I said, share Google Slides, share the platform. My students will be showing you all few ICT tools where you can use those tools to prepare your virtual gallery. Padlet can also be used for virtual gallery. Nearpod also can be, because there is a feature of field trip and tour where my students will show you all, and you can include that. And there are many other relevant ICT tools that you can use. You can create stations, form groups, as I told. So you can see that gather to discuss each gallery by asking each group to present it. This is how we go about with a virtual gallery walk. Before I end this, I would like to say that collaboration. No, this is sorry, before I end, this is an example of graphic organizers. You can create your own graphic organizers. There are various now what are graphic organizers? Graphic organizers are a powerful visual learning tool that the teacher likes to use to help students to organize their ideas, used to clarify complex concepts. Examples of graphic organizers can be concept mapping, idea web, KWL, chart, T-chart, Venn diagrams, and many other types of graphic organizers are available. These are some of the questions which you can use in the graphic organizers. I would conclude my session by saying collaboration allows us to know more than we are capable of knowing by ourselves. So this is a collaborative learning and strategy. Collaboration divides the task and multiplies the success. The 3 R's for collaboration is read what are others saying about the topic, reflect how can I add to this task to make it better, and respond, add something more to make it better. Competition makes us faster, collaboration makes us better. I hope this particular strategy will make our classrooms better and effective. So are there any questions? Or
Thank you, Dr. Lubna. Beautifully said that we need to compete with ourselves, and that's what the collaboration teaches us. We will be taking the questions a little later. I request Dr. Deepa Misra be ready with the questions that can be taken at the end of the session for all the resource persons of today. Dr. Deepa Mishra, Mr. Ranjit, be a little alert. You need to unmute her to take up the question and answer round. Thank you, Dr. Lubna, for the beautiful journey and integrating technology so wonderfully and making this session so interesting for each one of us. Before I invite Dr. Priya Pillai to continue with the same topic of integrating technology and the strategies of integrating technology, I request Miss Janet James to please introduce. Yes, welcome. Introduce Dr. Priya Pillai.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Ms. Janet James, would like to introduce you to Dr. Priya Pillai. Dr. Priya Pillai holds double post-graduation in Masters in Zoology and Masters in Library and Information Science. She was conferred a doctoral degree in Library and Information Science from the University of Pune in the year 2012. The title for the research was Provision of Library and Information Science for the Visually Impaired in India, a Study. Dr. Priya presented a paper at an international conference, Thailand, in the year 2013 with a travel grant from UGC. She published 2 books on the topic of library services for the visually impaired. She also completed 2 minor research projects from the University of Mumbai in the year 2013 and 2016, respectively. Dr. Priya Pillai published more than 15 research articles in the reputed journals. Since 2001, she is working with the Bombay Teachers Training College as librarian. She is a member of Board of Studies, Curriculum and Learning Subject at HSNC University, Mumbai. Dr. Priya Pillai, I request you to go ahead. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Priya Pillai. You get your 30 minutes for the session. And I request Miss Sapna Chabdia be ready. We will adjust yesterday's leftover session for today for 20 minutes, and then we will have 10 minutes question answer round after all the resource persons are through with their session. Welcome, Dr. Priya Pillai.
Thank you, Janet, for lovely introduction, and good afternoon to one and all. Today I am going to take a topic on a tool which is very well required for the researchers, the faculty members, and even the graduate and postgraduate students. It is a reference tool, reference organizer tool, or you can call it as a citation organizer. So this tool name is Mendeley. So I'm going to take the basics of this, and you can go through its advance whenever you are exploring this tool. So I just want, before taking into, I want to know how many of you have used Mendeley before. So you can answer. The question is on your screen. I'm just giving 20 seconds to answer. There are 41 participants, 50. Waiting for a few more minutes.
I request the participants, you have to answer on the screen.
Already I finished it. Now,
okay, fine.
You can see the results. Okay, the 19% they are saying they have used it. That is only 14 respondents, and whereas 81% out of the total responded, they do not never used Mendeley before. So I think with this, we know that almost 80% participants of today's webinar, they never used Mendeley. So I think my webinar or my session today will help everyone to organize the references for your research or your projects. So my objectives here is to tell you how to find the common settings of Mendeley, how we can add resources to Mendeley, and how you can organize resources in Mendeley library, create in-text citation and reference list, which is very much required whenever you are writing an article or a project or submit an assignment. Always there should be a reference list, and that should follow some citation manual, so citation style. So you can tell your students also, when even from the graduation time, that you should follow some style, whether it is APA 7th edition or Chicago or MLA, that doesn't matter, but one should learn how to use the citation manuals. Then some online networking features. It's a free software which is owned by Elsevier. You know that it's a well-reputed publisher, and Mendeley can be downloaded freely. Desktop and online versions are available. Then you have to install when you download desktop, as well as you have to install web importer. What is web importer? I will show you later. Then you have to install citation plugin. Then this Mendeley, which is available in mobile apps also. So on the go, you can read the articles what you want. And for all this purpose, you have to create an account online. Just like you are using a Gmail account to access all the Google tools. Here also, when you want to access this, then you have to create an account over here. So already I told you it's a reference manager. Then it automatically generates bibliographies. So that is the one of the thing why the researchers generally use Mendeley. And you can collaborate easily with other researchers online. That is also possible. But there is a limitation for free version, because only 2 GB cloud space is available, and it is limited to only 3 groups. So you cannot create more than 3 groups. And in the group also in the latest version 2021, you are only allowed 3 users in each group. So if it is a premium version, if your institution have, then you can have n number of groups, and each group you can have 25 members. So there is limitation when you are using as a free version. So even in Gmail, you know that the space constraints and everything. Then you can easily import purpose from other research software. You can also find relevant purpose using Mendeley search options. Then access your purpose from anywhere online. So for a researcher, they can collaborate with partners and they can promote their research. Then there was some features which were available mainly in previous versions in 2020, and in the beginning of 2021, they have removed many features. Before you could download your profile and you can collaborate with others, sending your profile and all that. Some features they have removed from that. Then Mendeley also provide lectures with a chance to manage their curriculum. What it mean by that? Your coursework you can share in your group, and you can get reviews from the students as well as from the colleagues. But as you know now, because the free version, it is only having 3 users, it will be very difficult to collaborate. So let's begin how to do this. This is the site where you have to go to download. You have to download 2 things. One is Mendeley desktop, and the another one is Mendeley reference manager. What's the difference? I will tell you. Mendeley desktop, where you can upload your files which is available on your computer, not on the online. Whereas Mendeley reference manager, we are using for online purpose. So you can even call Mendeley web for a Mendeley reference manager. Whereas Mendeley desktop, where both the features will be merged, I will show you that. So there is not much difference after when you are using both. But in Mendeley desktop, generally you can upload your files from your desktop. That you won't be possible from Mendeley reference manager. So you so this is the site. So here you have to download a Mendeley desktop for Windows 7, 8.1, 10, and even for Mac, and even for Linux it is available. And you have to download Mendeley reference manager. Then after doing this, the tools add-ons you have to do, that is web importer and citation plugin. I will directly show you my Mendeley desktop. This is reference manager, and this is the Mendeley desktop. Can you see this?
Yes, Dr. Priya, if you can increase the size little bit on screen, if you could do that. Otherwise, it is clear.
Okay. In the left pan, you can see that there are all documents. When I click all documents, whatever they are available in my desktop, it is available here. Then when you click recently added, so with the time you can see that how many documents I have added in this. Then recently read. So in that you will see whatever you read recently, 2 hours ago or 15 hours ago, like that also. Then if you are clicking some of them, the star, so that will go into the favorite. Okay, so just to click on the favorite, all the favorites you will receive together. So when you are doing a project, you have to just take all the files over here, and just either you can create a folder, or you want to read it, you can keep it in your favorite, and then you can continue your reading. If you think that's something you need for review, see here, all green, it's showing that I am not read this. So that shows us needs for review. So if you want, then you can read, or you can keep it like that. And my publication, here in this, you can upload your publication. I have just given one publication over here. In this, you can number of publications you can add. So either or you can create your own folders for year-wise or national or international, whatever the way you want to organize. So for example, 2019, I have one journal article, 2020, two journal articles, and 21, there are two, but it is already given. I only Word documents it is. When it is published, I can upload those. So how you can create the folder, or how you can take articles over here. So for that purpose, you have to go to File. Here, Add Files, there is option. So you can add files from your computer. So you can see from here, from the computer, whichever paper you want, you have to just take it like any other Google Drive, wherever you are uploading, the same way you can upload it. Then the second thing is add folders, or here there is an option create folder, or you can go here also, there is a plus sign. So here you have to just click here, there is a new folder over here. So you can give the name of the folder. For example, I am working on some project on cybersecurity. So I can create a folder on cybersecurity over here. Okay, so this is the way you can create new folder. Now I want some material in this folder. I can drag and drop over here, or from the documents, I can just select few. I'm just selecting one or two from here. I'm not, it may not be cybersecurity, but you can see that, then just drag it here. So those two will go to cybersecurity. See, now you can see under the cybersecurity folder, the two articles already come into that particular folder. So that way you can create the folder, and you can delete the folder also, remove folder. The same way you can remove the folder also if you don't want. Then the thing is, I already told you, you can create groups. So here you can see the same panel, there is a group option. So go to create group. So name your group, any group. If, for example, you are doing a collaborative research with some other institution or some other person, you just give the name. I just giving an example of ICSSR project. Or you can give the project name also, then create group. Then you can invite people to the group. So you have to give the email addresses. When you are giving email addresses, that invitation will go to the particular person's email, and he or she has to accept that. Okay, then only that person will be your member, or anytime that member can leave the group. So that option is there, where in the WhatsApp group, we can leave the group, we can exit the group. The same way here, if you don't like, or if you don't want to be in that group, you can leave that group. Okay, so this is another option over here. Now from all the documents, you can see that the beginning, there is no PDF files. It is only references is there, or the web pages is there. There is no full text database is there. So even the references you can upload over here, or any web page while searching, you wanted that to be in your Mendeley, you can do that. And I will just show you this file. Okay, when I double click, it is coming to another window. What I can do from here? So already I have given highlighted somewhere. I can give annotation like this. Okay, so this how you can done. For example, I want to tell my students some of the parts, it is very important, or I want to read it whenever I am writing a paper for that. So that you need not to make the notes on that particular time. You just highlight this using the highlight option. On top, there is a highlight option, and you can choose your color. All these colors you can choose. Just take the highlighter and just highlight that. Then you give the notes. Okay. And if you want this in the notebook, then there is option. You can even add notes also here. So in the left pan, you can see that there is a journal article about the title, who are the authors, whether that particular catalog entry is there or not. Then the abstract is given. These details are all given. If you want something to be deleted, add something, then that also is possible. For example, I want to search this particular journal article using some tags. So you can add tags. Here, I already added 3 tags, that is case study, library use. Only you have to use the semicolon in between. Then you can add. For example, if this one, I wanted this for my research project, just you can give project. So later on, if you want to retrieve, just typing a project, that will retrieve this particular document. Then the second option is notes. So what notes I have given, that you will show here. So I have given one note over here after the introduction. So read the introduction, that notes I have given. So that will displayed over in the right panel. Okay. Now you can see this is the Mendeley Reference Manager. So this is for your searching online. Here under the tools, you have an option. So from here you can install Mendeley Web Importer, also Mendeley site, and then search for article online. This option you can use from here. When you click here, it will automatically open to the search, Mendeley search, where you can type any search criteria, keywords. For example, I am writing digital literacy. So you know there are many articles available. There is advanced in the left panel. You can see year wise, document type wise, journal wise, author wise. You have options to search. If I just click 2021, only 191 documents will open. Here you have a plus sign, add to library. So it will, when you click here, automatically this particular article will add to your Mendeley library. That is the special thing. And get full text, you just click here. If the full text is available, then that will be open. So here the full text is not available. Then what you will do? So here there is an option called cite, right? So you will at least get the references that can be exported to your Mendeley by just clicking here, export citation to RIS, BibTeX, export citation to text. So the RIS is and BibTeX is compatible to Mendeley. So you just export this citation. When you export this citation, it is automatically downloading here. Okay. Then you just go to your Mendeley desktop. I have to open just 1 minute. I'm stop sharing.
We do have some questions coming up in the chat.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I request Dr. Deepa Mishra, please, if you can take up questions for Dr. Priya Pillai. Mr. Ranjit, please unmute Dr. Deepa Mishra. Yes, yes, Dr. Priya Pillai, you need any help?
Yeah, there are many questions.
My computer got hanged.
Yeah.
So
Okay, in the meanwhile, we will take up the questions, Dr. Priya, as you are getting settled with the technology.
yeah.
So, yes, Dr. Deepa, you are.
Yeah, ma'am. So should we start with all the question for all the speakers, or with Dr. Pillai?
First, I think we can take with, okay, as you wish, we can, because all the speakers are there on the portal.
Ma'am,
With
I
us.
will just stop and join again.
Fine, perfectly fine, Dr. Priya.
You take the
questions for
from
Dr.
others.
Lubna. Yes, yes. We will
Yeah,
take the questions for Dr. Lubna and
Yeah.
Dr. Meenakshi.
It is got hanged, so I will just close the window and then rejoin
So,
again.
good afternoon, everyone. Finally, we have come to the end of the third session of the two-day faculty development program on teaching learning strategies for outcome-based education. And today's speakers have enlightened us on technology integrated teaching learning strategies. Resource persons were Dr. Meenakshi Lal, Dr. Lubna Mansoori, and Dr. Priya Pillai. And all of them have made an honest attempt to make us understand what does technology integration mean in education. And today we have learned that utilizing different types of technology in the classroom, including a very virtual classroom, creates an active classroom environment. And we have learned that implementation of technology helps to address unique needs of students as individual learners within a broader classroom climate. And we have also learned how to engage learners through virtual gallery work, and how to meet students through galleries, and how to organize small groups to collaborate so that the students can analyze the content on a pre-made presentations. And friends, there is a common misconception that the integration of technology in the classroom can be a financial burden for institutions, but our resource persons of today have suggested how to integrate simple technologies like PowerPoint, Mendeley, and and other tools sitting at home in order to create a online virtual classroom more meaningful. So without involving any financial burden either on the part of the students or the teachers, by using available resources online. So we have learned that successful technology integration is achieved when the use of technology is very routine and transparent. It is accessible and readily available for the task at hand, and also supporting the curricular goal and helping the students to effectively reach their goals. So we have understood that technology integration is successful when technology tools are a seamless part of the learning process, not occasionally used. And we have understood that willingness to embrace change is a major requirement for useful technology integration. Technology is continuously and rapidly evolving, therefore it is an ongoing process and demand continuous learning. And effective integration of technology is achieved not only by the teachers using different tools, but when students are able to select technology tools to help them obtain information in a timely manner, analyze and synthesize the information, and present it professionally. We need to take care of all these aspects in order to strengthen technology integrated teaching learning strategy. Thank you all the resource persons for making this humble attempt to make us understand the importance of technological tools. And now
there are a few questions which I will take up in the order in which it appears. So first question goes to Dr. Pillai, and where there is a question: does Mendeley have plagiarism checker features? So does Mendeley has plagiarism checker feature? So Priya madam is there, because there are no other questions for the first two speakers. It was very clear, and there are some comments which says that people have found the sessions very helpful and very interesting, and few questions I can see here in the chat box where it says that does Mendeley have plagiarism checker?
So Dr. Deepa, Priya Pillai madam will be joining us shortly, as she had some technical issues. So she said she will come back on the platform. And in the okay, Dr. Balani has some inputs. Yes, sir.
Now, Mendeley is a referencing tool. So if you wish to write a paper, then what you do, whatever the resources that you visit, what you do, you create your own library and import all those documents in the Mendeley referencing. So it works like a library for you, and whatever the content that you borrow from this, you include in your paper. So Mendeley do not have any, we can say, connection as far as the plagiarism is concerned. It does not contain plagiarism, we can say, checker.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, one more question which the Dr. Deepesh Karmarkar asked. If I have an old paper and it is not available on the web, how can I integrate it with the Mendeley system? I won't have the bib text of such a paper that we get otherwise from Google Scholar.
See, whatever the online resources which are available, which can be downloaded, can become a part of the library, your library in Mendeley, which can be stored either on the desktop, either on the we can say cloud. So it's obvious, whatever the documents which can be downloaded can be accessed, can be stored in the library itself.
Okay. Thank you, sir. There is one more question from Dr. Lal Sahab Yadav. So it says, is there any program to change the references in appropriate standard format?
Mendeley has got all the kind of referencing tools like American Psychological Association tool, like Chicago. All we can say kind of referencing tools are there in the Mendeley. It's a very comprehensive tool.
Thank you.
It depends upon which referencing tool you want to use it.
So there is a question how to take a poll from participants. So I do not know whether it is in the context. Which context?
Yes, ma'am, that is in the context. So I wanted to give the input there only. This is a Zoom application. So what Dr. Priya has asked over there, in the Zoom you can have, and Zoom also gives us two kinds of provisions. You can be having your individual ID also, and there is a payment based system, which is when you have the paid platform, there this application is available. So Dr. Priya Pillai has used that application, which was Zoom platform application, not Mendeley application. So it is in the settings of Zoom. So happy to have Dr. Priya Pillai back on the platform. So Dr. Pillai, there was 1-2 questions for you.
I will just show you the citations, how to select it quickly in the Mendeley desktop. So this is my Mendeley desktop. So if I wanted to see, so this article I want to cite, there is under the tools, get Mendeley cite. So if you install this, you will get it. And there is a view under that there are citation styles. So by default, they are showing many citation styles, American Medical Association or American Psychological Association 7th and 6th edition, Or after this, if you that is not listed over here, you have to go to more styles. Okay, before you are writing your article in the Word, Microsoft Word, you can pre-plan and you can select the option of your citation style. Even if after you are writing also, you can, if you want to change that time also you can change, but it is better you select first, then you started writing over here. So more styles you go, there will be plenty of other citation manuals or styles are available. Then include URL and date accessed in bibliographies. So only for web page, you need to give the date access. So you can do that setting over here only for web page, and you have, if you click on the done, that setting will be done. I will show you now the Word. I will open one Word document. Can you see the Word document?
Madam.
Yeah. Under the, you have to type your article. I am not doing anything. Just I am typing something here. For example, then I have to insert my citation. I will just go to the reference. There is a Mendeley add-on over here, insert citation. So you just click here. Then it will ask from my library or go to Mendeley. So if my library, if you have that PDF, then you have to go to this my library, or you want to search something, then you have to go to Mendeley. So here,
able to see your Word document.
You are not able to see?
Yeah.
I think Dr. Priya, you have to change the share slide. We are just seeing the Mendeley desktop only.
Now you can see the Word document.
Right.
There is one under the reference, there is an insert citation option. So this is the Mendeley add-on already added by me. So you just click here. You have the option search by author, title, or year in my library. So you can either search here, my library. I'm just writing here the search option. So just Pillai, when I am typing, there are 3 articles already there in the library. So I can just put that. Okay.
But
see, already the citation, inside citation already came Talreja 2020. Now I want to have this bibliography. Just go to under references, then insert bibliography. Okay, you can have n number of citations. You can add from this button. Go to library. You can select many from your folders also. If I am typing, selecting these 2, then just I have to go to site. Then that already, these 2 already added. Now I will just click where I want to insert bibliography. Just I will go to insert bibliography. Already it is inserted. Okay. And now you want something, you need to know which is the article, title, and everything. You can go to the Mendeley site. But for that purpose, this option should not be there. So if I delete this, I will show you in the new blank document, that option. Just here in the right panel, you can see Mendeley site. You just click here. It will automatically give you all the references. There even you can select the citation style. So here American Psychological Association 7th edition is already cited. If you don't want to this Chicago manual you want, you can take this update citation style. You just click there, then automatically it update the citation style. References you can take from here, whichever article. Okay. So another thing I want to just 2 minutes I will show you. Mendeley Reference Manager. This already you have seen. Annotation, already I told you how to do it. Notebook option. This is what I want to show you. There is this notebook option was not there previously. It was added in 2020. So when you click the notebook option, so I have just clicked. There are some notes. I don't know from where these notes are. Okay, when I am reading articles, I was taking the notes. Then just I given this into the notebook. See, when I click this, that particular article will open, right? So whatever I am highlighted over there, that will be shown over there. Then the next one, see, like this. So multiple PDF, you can refer, you can make the notes, and you have to keep it in the notebook. And while writing together, you can use this for your writing purpose. So whenever you are clicking this, it automatically changes to your new article. So this is the another feature in the notebook. I think now I explained.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Priya. There are still very important questions for you. Dr. Deepa, if you can pick up the question asked by...
if you only one more thing I want to show you, that is for Google Scholar or some other database or web page, how you you can do it in the Mendeley library, how you can import it into Mendeley library. Only that much I will share. So I have to open a Google document. I will just see.
So in the meanwhile, Dr. Deepa, if you can read out the question asked by Pooja Rochani, also is a very important question. We should not miss out.
So I'll just follow the order in which they appear, ma'am, so that we don't miss on many questions which are there.
Fine.
Yeah. So somebody, yeah, one second.
Excuse me, Mandeep
Yes,
ma'am.
Ashwini has a question here. Is this app, can we download Mendeley in mobiles?
Yes, ma'am.
And yes, already it has been answered by Reshma. But, yeah. And another question is by Dr. Kailash Aute. What other tools or apps? One second.
See, now you can see the Google Scholar. I'm just showing that how to do it. When you are add on the web Mendeley web importer, then you will get a small icon over here, button over there, Mendeley web importer. So now this is digital literacy and there is a PDF available. When I click this PDF, that will be open. And I wanted this into the library. You need not to download, whether it is a web page or from wherever, whichever database. If it opens like that, just go to this button and then click it.
Thank you, madam. So
okay, then it will ask for which folder you want to, or only in the library. So that thing you can select. So this is my library, I can add, or I have option here, 2019, 2021, or my private groups, wherever I want to add, I can add this. Okay, just click on add, it will be added. And you can view here from the view library, you can view. Okay, this is what I want to share.
So I request the participants, please do not fill up the feedback form as yet. Session has not got over. And I request the volunteers, please post the feedback link only after the session is over. Thank you. Dr. Deepa, please, you can take up the next question.
So the next question is asked by Dr. Kailas Aute. What are the other tools or apps that can help researchers organize their citations and references, or Mendeley is the best?
Mendeley, you will get the free version. Otherwise, EndNote is the best. If your institution is buying, then EndNote is the best, but that takes so much of price tag on that. So it depends upon institution. But you know, foreign universities, all that, they are using the EndNote, not the Mendeley. And Zotero is also there. Zotero and Mendeley of equal platform. So both you can use. Free versions are available. 2 GB cloud space is there.
Okay, thank you. And now Pooja Rochlani, she asks a question. Will you please suggest that what a library committee can do for special students like visually impaired?
The Learning Center for Visually Impaired you can start with. And now the JAWS software, which can be installed in the computer, so they can read through that software. And the Zoom magnification software is also available. Those who are having little low vision, that students can use a Zoom magnifier. Then you have the Braille printer, other type of assistive technologies that if you have that much money, even the UGC are supporting. So you can apply to the UGC for the Learning Center grant. Then if you get that grant, you can develop your own learning center for visually impaired. And you can visit to either TASS library or St. Xavier's College. There is a special center, XRCVC. So you can visit these two and you will get familiarized with the other assistive technology, what they are using.
Thank you, madam. There is one last question from Ritika Sachdil. I was using Mendeley and thinking of moving to EndNote as a majority of researchers are using it. Still, I would love to know the better ones. Already partially you have answered to this.
Yeah, EndNote is the better one.
Thank you. I think we have.
Thank you, Dr. Priya Pillai. That was very enlightening session. And with the good demonstrations, you have made many points clear to our viewers. And the session is not over yet. There is lots to be learned. We have our student volunteers who will be demonstrating along under the guidance of their teachers. So I request volunteers to please introduce student volunteers. Please introduce our
thank you, madam.
Ambassadors of BTTC. Thank you, Dr. Deepa. Yes, we have Salsabil Sheikh. Mr. Ranjit, I hope you have unmuted. Yes, we have Zubia on the platform. Welcome. And please, Janet, please introduce your seniors. Janet, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon again. Okay, so the first I would like to introduce Ms. Salsabil Sheikh. She is the Social Secretary of Bombay Teachers Training College. She has been awarded as the best all-rounder performer in academics and also for her contribution in handling social media. She is a Global Dialogue Foundation intern. She has conducted various workshops for student teachers and has been awarded for extending teaching technical support for BTTC. Ms. Zubia Sheikh. She is an acting as student manager under extension work. She has been awarded for her contribution in handling social media as well. She is also a Global Dialogue Foundation intern, and she is very passionate about digital education and digital advancement. I request both of them to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, for such a lovely introduction. I would like to start my presentation by showing you one very interesting app for very interesting tool that you can use in your classroom and make your classroom more effective. So the ICT tool which I'm going to use today is Mentimeter. Mentimeter is an easy to use presentation software used by more than 25 million people. With Mentimeter, you can create fun and interactive presentations. It helps you to make your presentations more effective, your class, your lectures more effective, your workshops make innovative and memorable as well. So Mentimeter is free as much as you can like. You can use the free version, and if you wanted to use the paid version to make your presentation look, to use more features, you can buy the paid version as well. But if you are using the free version, you are getting almost all the features free. So let's start with our. I would like to share my screen first, and I'll start my presentation. So just let me know whether my screen is visible or not. Okay, is my screen is visible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so first thing you want to do is you just have to write Mentimeter. I have already using Mentimeter for a very long time. I used almost all my lessons presentation on Mentimeter only. It is very useful and students loved it. So I'll click on Mentimeter. You don't have to log in again and again, because once you are logged in into Mentimeter presentation, you don't have to log in again and again, and they will recognize your ID. So first thing you want to do is you just have to click on presentation. And when you click on the presentation, you can see that I have made many presentation over here. So for example, if you have if you wanted to make two on one topic, you want to make two different presentation, you can create one folder and make your presentation in a way. But if you don't want to, you just have one presentation for per topic, then you can click on new presentation and just write your presentation name. So I'll go with population. I wrote my topic name, and you can see my screen over here. So the best part about Mentimeter is it's truly easy. It's very easy. You see your presentation and you will understand that how you can make your presentation and to look more interactive with your students. So first thing I want to do, I will write my topic name. So here we have a topic. The type is big, the name is big. So I will just write my topic name, that is population. Okay. But now it's looking very dull. It's white and black. I don't want white and black. I want it to look more beautiful and colorful. So what I will do, I will click on themes. Here I'm getting so many templates. You can see it. So when you are clicking on the themes, you will get so many templates. Here you can see the pro. The pro meaning of pro is that you have to buy the Mentimeter paid version to use such pro templates. But you can see the pro option is very less, but the free options are more. And I like colorful presentation, so I will click over here. I like this template. You can see. It's colorful, it's beautiful, but still I'm feeling it's not, it's looking very empty. So what I will do, I will click on the image. Here you can see the three options. Upload. What is the meaning of upload? If you have any pictures you have uploaded or downloaded from the Google, you can save it on your desktop and click over here, and from there you can start to upload the picture. But I don't want to do any Googling now. So what I will do, I will click on the image library. So what is image library now? Here you can have as much as picture you want. Mentimeter have their own library. So for example, let's write population over here and see what we will get from population. Many pictures. So just find your suitable image. I like this one, so I will click over here and I will select my image. Save, and it's there. Now it's looking beautiful. So I will move forward to my next slide. You just have to add slide. Now if I click on the popular question type, I will tell you the limitation first about the population question type. If you want to, in the free version, you can only use 2 slides. in the population question. If you want to use more, you have to buy the pro version of Mentimeter. So we will go, but if you can use any two slides. For example, I'm using the word cloud. Word cloud is very interesting if you are using with your class. I already have the question written for the presentation. So here you just have to click on the question, write the question, and if you the per participant entries, that means that the participants can write more like more than 3 times or 2 times. If you want to increase the number, you can increase it. If you want to decrease the number, you can decrease it. So whatever is the like whatever is convenient for you. You wanted to add the image, you can add image, but I suggest don't add image in the word cloud, because when the participant will write their answers, that will only look like an image. So let's move forward to the next option, and please let me know if I'm going very fast. Okay, so the next option is the multiple choice. Here in the multiple choice, I wanted to ask question to my students, and I will just write question from here, which I have already prepared for you all. So let me just copy and paste. The question is, according to the census 2011, which state has the highest population growth? So let's write the options also. I will just copy and paste because we don't have much time. Third option was Bihar, so it is right. Third option is Bihar. Okay. Now I have to tick on the correct answer, which was the correct answer. So here, and also if you wanted to add the question or the image, you can add the image. It will look very good. So you don't have to go anywhere. The same process, how to add the pictures, you can add in a way. So I will go, you can add more options as well if you want, but for the time being, I will not add more questions. Let's go move towards the next slide. Now, as I have told you, I will get this notification because I have used the 2 slides of the free version. Now I cannot use more slides, but if you want, you can buy it. So the next slide I will go with is the heading. Heading is very important to make your presentation. So what we can do, I will just write the heading name for the now the subheading. Subheading should be like, you can see over here the numbers 90. The word limit is 90 for the subheading. You can't increase the word limit. You know, you should be very specific. If it is calling the subheading, you have to be very specific with your numbers. So I will just write my subheading, which is ready already. So you can see again, if you want to add the image, the same way you can add the image. I will show you how to choose the GIF. GIFs are very interesting. I'm telling you, GIF are so attractive when you are using the GIF. Students will like it, that I assure. So I'll write population growth. So let's see how population is growing. I like this one. I will add the first option which I have seen. So let's see how it will look on my screen. Okay, it's there. Okay, right now it's looking very small, but when I'm presenting on my screen, it will look big because we have the main template open. So I'll show you in the presentation how it will look in the end. So let's move forward to the next option. That is That is the question type. Let's see the quizzes competition. Okay, I forgot to mention the quizzes competitions. So let's play games with our students. I am asking a question to my student and let's see how they will answer me. So here is the question I will ask my student. Okay, so just I'll go with the flow, the option. Copying it together and I'll cut it. Okay, so you can see the three options are there. I don't want the third option, so I will just remove it. You can remove it from here. Now, if you wanted to add more options, you can add the extras time to give the time limit is also like if you wanted to give the time limit, you can give, you can increase and decrease the time. If you wanted to add music, you can add the music and leaderboard will show when the students will type on the, will give you the answers. They will give you the voting. So that way you can show your presentation. Then let's move ahead when I will show you when I will present and you can participate as well when I will show the present. When I will present. So let's first thing, let's not annotate on my screen. Okay, I'm clearing the drawings and I will disable it. Okay, so my screen is clear now.
Miss Salsabil, you get only 5 minutes more.
Oh God. Okay, ma'am. Okay. So these are the basic features which I have to send it to you. You can add the bullet points as well. Bullet points are the same. The way you can show it to your. This is the bullet point, and if you wanted to add the points, you can add it. Again, extra. It's simple. You can see and you will understand. Then I will just move ahead because I have less time. So let me just show you more interesting, and then I will move ahead. Okay, then the option of video and image. I'll show you one image and then the video. So for image, if you wanted to add any caption is basically the sub point. If you wanted to add a caption, you can add it. If you don't want it, it will look beautiful if you will not add. So I'll just write in the image library, I wanted to show the population. So I will write over here. I will select any related to my topic. If it is not related to my topic, I can Google it from the site and I will add it. Okay, my internet is working slow. Here's the picture. It's still loading, but I'll move. Okay, it's there.
So maybe you can just mention
rest
of the functions.
So now you can see, in the bag, you can see the background is still visible. But if you wanted to use as background, it will look like you will showing the whole image as the background. And also the very best feature which I feel in the Mentimeter, that your students can give their votes. You can see these very interesting votes. When I'm presenting my screen, they can vote according to my presentation. So if they like it, they will send me the heart. If they don't like it, they will ask me the question if they agree and disagree. So this is the best feature about Mentimeter, that you can interact with the student in a way like we interact on Facebook. So, and the same for video. Video is nothing but you just have to copy the URL from YouTube. If you are using the YouTube URL, you can use it and then just add. Your video will be there. It's a very easy. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to download anything. You just have to copy the URL and save it. And I am done with my Mentimeter presentation, and very easy. You just have to, for sharing, if you are doing a live presentation, you can click on present. Your presentation will be on the screen, and you can see when you and how you will present with your students. Easy, just tell them to write www.menti.com and use this code. Okay, so when they are using the code, they are automatically there in your class. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. It's there on your screen. They can join. They can write the link and they can join. So I will end my Mentimeter presentation from here. Now I will move forward to the next ICT tool, which is Nearpod. So easy, it's same like Mentimeter, but more attractive. So what you can do, you will just write a Nearpod, the first option. And again, you don't have to log in again and again, but they will give you three options. The login as an administrator, login as a teacher, or login as a student. So you will log in as a teacher. So there you can create your lesson. Just click on create, select the lesson, and you will get the new slide. Okay, so again, it is there on your slide. You just have to add the slides. So what I will do, I will click on add, and I am getting the options of content. So what is the content of my presentation? I will click with the slide, and I will just select the background for my presentation, like how I will start my presentation. So I will start with the topic for suppose tour of India. So India tour. Okay. Now I wanted to add image. I don't want to look my, just the written format. I will add the image. So again, you don't have to go anywhere. You just click and click your topic name and go ahead. Okay. And whatever you feel you wanted to, for example, if you want something related to Mumbai, just write Mumbai, you will get the image. So for example, I like this one, so I will click and just save. So now it's there on my page, but again, it's looking very white. So let's make it colorful. I like the blue color. So my first slide is ready. Now I will just save and exit. Save the theme. Okay, now again, I will go to my next activity, my next content, that is video. So let's see what we will get in video. Okay, so here you will get plenty of options. Video library is Nearpod already have their video library. If you wanted to upload any video, you can upload it from here. My video is basically what you will create, you will upload, and the YouTube. YouTube we use like most of the time, like YouTube is very convenient for us to make your presentation, to search any video. And here I like the first, the best places to visit India, and I will just save it. Okay, so my video is edited over here. Now what happened mostly, we show the video to our audience, and they will just watch. We are assuming that they are watching. So what we will do in that case, that you want to ensure that the video students are watching, you can add activities over here. So can you see the slide over here that add activities? So from here, for example, I am adding any activities. Just give me a second, my laptop is. Okay. So for example, I wanted to add activity over here. Okay, randomly I'm just clicking, I don't know where it will start. So I will just add activity over here. They will give you two options, open-ended questions and multiple choice questions. So I'll go with the multiple choice question. And I will write my question over here. So I already saved my question for you all. Okay, so which is the most visited place in India? So let's ask this question only. So I'm pasting my question over here. You can see the question. Okay, So the first option is Taj Mahal Agra, and it now I will add my correct answer. So I'll click on my correct answer and I'll just say if you wanted to add more options, you can add it. But for time being, I will just add 2 options. So here I have added my activity. What next is like, I don't see, you can see the timing of the 30 minutes, 30 seconds. So I don't want to show this long video to my students. So I will just trim the video. So you just have to click on, you just have to do the left click and the time will already be reduced. Like how much I want. For example, I want 7 minutes. So I'll just adjust my camera on 7 minutes and I will just save it. So the moment I trimmed and save, I will be back to my main slide. So from 13-minute video, I trimmed it from 13 to 7 minutes. So that is the best part of the Nearpod and showing the activity. Now I will show you the web content is basically when you are using something that you want to show from web to the Nearpod, you can save and it's same. You just have to copy the URL. So I will not go much about it. The 3D Nearpod, this is very interesting and I loved it. But the only limitation over here is if your topic is related to the categories given here, you can use those only. So for example, if your topic is something related to geography and you are teaching about the world or the universe, you can select the topic. You can, and it's like you can't select more, whatever is available here, you can select that only. That is the limitation. So, but you have to see that it is connecting to your topic. So I'll just click on done. And I will preview this, how you can use in your class. Okay, now my image is visible. So it's looking very simple right now, but when you click when you left click from your PC, you will just have to drag it. How beautiful and real it's looking. Okay, when I used to make my presentation, I used to play with it, and not just you, your students can also play with it, and they can learn from the world. I remember the quote, "Dunya hamari muthi mein." It is real. It is real. You can do it from your pod. So I will not play more. I will go ahead. The next is ads. I will show you the VR field trip. So here the tool, the strategy was Lubna ma'am was teaching about the gallery work. So you can apply this strategy on Nearpod. It is very useful. So now I was showing you about the India tour. So here I'm getting Taj Mahal. So again, I will just done with my field trip. I just have to select and save. So I'll show you the preview of this, that how it will look when saying the tour. Are we doing a real tour? Let's see. Okay, so it's the normal image. Again, I will just click on left and I'll drag it. You can see the Taj Mahal from your phone. Isn't it amazing? And it's so real. It's looking so real. You just have to drag and see the whole Taj Mahal. And whatever you want the topic related to, you can just select and do the field trip. I will show you orally about the next slides because I think I'm getting less time. BBC video is again, it have limitation. If the video is if the videos are related to your topic, you can select it within the categories. If the categories are not related to your topic, then you can't use it. So the same slideshow is again, it's the gallery mode. I'm writing, it's already here. Okay, I'm just have to click on search. And I will click few pictures from here, suppose, and I'll save it. Again, you can do the gallery view. You can use the strategy over here, and your students will have to observe the images and answer the question. So let's preview it. Okay, so let's walk to our gallery. That was the first image, second image, third image. They can observe the image and you can upload if you don't want it to select from the image which is given. You can upload it from your desktop and you can show it to your students and it will look very attractive. You can make very attractive content for your students to learn in a new way, in an innovative way, which I was talking about in the beginning. So I am done with my content slide. Now I am giving the session to Miss Zubia Sheikh.
Yes,
to teach.
Salsabil, thank you so much. I am very sure about it. I think people from tourism industry and they also will start hiring teachers from BTTC now. Zubia Sheikh, you get only 10 to 15 minutes. We have to accommodate the session which was pulled over from yesterday. Miss Sapna Chabdiya, be ready within 20 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I'll try my best. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Sabil.
Salsabil.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you for wonderful inputs. Yes.
Yes.
Zubia, over to you.
Yes,
and there are there are many questions for you, Salsabil, in the chat. Please read through. After all the three sessions are over, we are going to take question answer round all together.
Yes, and I'm sorry I was very fast.
No, it's fine. It's well understood and enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Over to you, Zubia Miss.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. I'll be quick in my presentation. So now that Sabil has showed us how to add content to our Neoport slides, I will be demonstrating how we can add activities. But before that, I am just sharing a link in the chat box, which will redirect you to the Neoport slide where I have put in two questions, one in the form of polls and one in the form of collaborate board. So please just click on that quickly and you'll be redirected to my Neoport presentation. Kapil, if you could also quickly join in.
Yes, sure.
I'll send the code also. Otherwise, you do not require the code. You can just simply click on the link and you'll be generated.
Okay, can you just tell me the code because I am already there in the.
Yes, I have posted it on the chat box.
Yeah.
Sending the link again. Okay, yes, people are joining in. Okay, so I'll just go ahead with it. So the first question is, do you think that students are less attentive or less interactive during an online class as compared to the traditional classroom setting? So do you feel that students just switch off their mics and videos and they just go off somewhere? And it is better, they're better in interaction compare in a traditional classroom setting. So according to your answer, you can just click on yes or a no. Yes. So many of you all have said yes. Okay. Another collaborative board question that I have for you all is, why do you think this happens? Why do you think that students are less attentive or interactive through the online mode? So you all can just write, okay, lack of attention. Yes, distractions at home. Yes, Neelu ma'am. Yes, longer hours. Correct. I'll just disable the annotation. Okay. Yes, so I've gotten many responses. Distraction, less involvement, correct. So all of these answers are correct. From a student's point of view, I'll tell you that even I find sometimes online classroom very taxing. Sometimes it becomes too much to just sit through. So I think by now we all as teachers have realized that we cannot just make a presentation on PowerPoint and just go and just teach students. That will not hold their attention. We need to make our presentations more interactive, more attractive. And today my demo is going to be all about that. How do we make our presentations more interactive and attractive for the students? So now I will show you how we can add activities. So now that we've learned how to add content, we can add activities to that content or any other content that you might have taught in your classroom. So again, you will the same way you will click there, and where you got the content below, besides that you will get activities. Now there are a number of activities here. There's time to climb, open-ended questions, quiz, and many more. So I'll be showing you all three of the activities. The first one that I'll look into is quiz. Now when you click on quiz, this is what you will get. On the left hand side, you will get on top left hand side, you will get as untitled quiz. So you can just simply click on that and you can write the topic of your quiz. So for example, I want to make a quiz on sociology. I'll just write in my subject topic, and this is where you will be typing your question. Here, if you see, there's a 12 point, that is the size of your text. So if you want, you can just click on the drop down arrow, and whatever size you want, you can take that. Then you can make it bold, italic, underline, you can change the alignments, you can have bullets and numberings and all this. So I'll just type in my questions quickly. I have just created, just copied my questions from here so that I don't waste a lot of time typing in the questions. Okay, so this is my first question. Who coined the term sociology? Below the question, you will find answer option. I'm going to be writing my first option as August Comte. And my second option, Karl Marx. Now, whichever is your correct answer, you simply have to click on that. So here my correct answer is August Comte. I am giving only 2 options. If you want to give 4 options, you can just have to click on add answer, add answer. So if you want to give 4 options, 3 options, how many amount of options you want to give them, you can keep on adding. I'm just keeping 2 for now. Now, if you scroll up here, you will see add timer on the left hand side. So add timer, basically if I want to add a timer of 30 seconds, and that means all the questions in this quiz will have the timer of 30 seconds. My students will get the time of 30 seconds to solve the question. And below that, you can see add image, audio, and other media. So if you click on that, you will have the options of adding an image, adding a recorded audio, adding an audio from the net, web content, video, PDF viewer. So if you want to give this like a pre-assignment sort of a thing, you can add a PDF which your students will click on and they can read that PDF and then they can answer the question. So I'm just going to add an image. I want to add an image of August Comte as a hint. So I'm just going to click on add image, and here you will see you can search an image. So I'll just search the image of August Comte. And I click on search, and I'll just take the image, click on the image, scroll it down and save it. Now, if you want, you can also upload an image. So there's an option to upload as well. Now I want to add another question. So here, if you see, there's an option to add another question. So I'll just click on add question, and I'll write my second question here. Who defines sociology as the science of social institute? Again, I will write my options. Therefore, here I'll write, and I'll just write here Durkheim. And my correct answer is Durkheim. So I'll do it that way, and again you can add an image, and I'll just click on save. Yes, so my quiz is ready. Now another activity that I want to add is let me make a collaborate board. Now collaborate board is a good activity if you feel like your students don't interact verbally enough and you feel like they will be more comfortable writing the answers than you reading them. This is a great tool that you can use. So again, you can type your topic here. I am typing English literature. I'm just going to make a collaborate board on that. And here enter description. In that you can write your question or whatever you want your student to discuss about. So I'm just going to paste this here. My question is, in your own words, interpret and analyze the speech I Have a Dream by Martin Luther King. Now again, you see an image option here on the left hand side of your text. I'll click on that image and I can search the image of Martin Luther King. And I will take one image, scroll down and save it. So my image is uploaded here. Now I don't like this background. I'm not liking the theme here. So below you can choose a different style. You can choose chalk and board kind of a style or a simpler one if you like. Anything that you want, you can select that and you can save it. So my collaborate board is ready. And one last activity that I'll be showing is fill in the blanks. Now I really like the fill in the blanks here. It's very simple to make, easy to make. So if I click on fill in the blanks, this is what I will get. Now you have to select a text style. So any text style that you like, you can just simply select that. I'm liking this one, so I'm just taking that. And you have to type in your statements or your text here. Now remember, you need not worry about the blanks right now. Just simply type in your statement. So I'll just copy 3 statements that I've made. And I'll just paste it here. So these are my 3 statements on science. So I have written my statements. I'll scroll down and I'll click on next. Now here you see click words on the left hand side. You'll see click words on the right to add to the blank. Now which word do you want it to act as a blank? You have to simply just click on that. So I want bone marrow to be my blank. So when the students see it, they'll see it as dash is the source of adult human stem cell. Here I want 180, 120 and 80, and here I want dash of human blood is plasma. So 55% will be my blank. And I'll just click on done. Now my blanks are ready. All these 3 activities are ready. Now before I share it with my students, I want to preview it. So below here on the right, towards the right hand side, you will see a preview button. Just click on that and see how it will look for your students. Taking a little bit of time. Try it again. Yes. So this is my preview. This is how the students will see it. The quiz, and here you can see the image that you have added. Again, this is my second question. This is my collaborate board. Here you see when your students type in, they can either type in their thoughts or they can add an image also. They'll get an option to add an image also. And lastly, we have the blank. So this is how the students will see. They have to drag the bone marrow. So bone marrow. That way they will have to fill in the blank. So this activity is ready now. Now how do I share it with my students? First you have to save and exit. Next to preview, you will find a button of saving and exit. Before you save and exit, they'll ask for the lesson details. So you can add the grade or the subject or any other description that you want to add and the title of your lesson. So right now I'm just naming it as FDP and I will save and exit. Okay, I'll just save this and exit. Now you will find all your slides that you have created till now on your home page. So these are my slides. These 2 I had created earlier, and this is the one I have created now. Now, how do I share it with my students? If you just take your arrow over there, you'll get 3 options. Okay, you'll get live presentation plus Zoom, live presentation, and student face. And below that, you will again get a preview. So you can preview from here. And if you feel like you have left out something, you can simply click on edit and you can edit your presentation. Now, live participation plus Zoom is not available for free users. So you need to be a paid user in order to do that. But live participation, even this one is very useful. You just simply have to click on live participation. And if you are on a Zoom class with your students, all you have to do is tell them to type in joinnearpod.com, join.nearpod.com, and you have to just copy this and share the code with them in the chat box. Another easy way of sharing is below here, you will find the option of link. If you just click on link, there will be a link generated. All you have to do is copy the link and paste it in your chat box, and the students will just have to simply click on the link. They don't need to enter any code or anything, and they will be redirected to your presentation. Then you can share it on email, you can share it on Google Classroom, you can share it on Microsoft Teams, and so on. So there are many options to share it with your students. Now, after you have shared it with your students and after you have they have solved and they have given all the answers, here you will find on top there's a word written Nearpod, and besides that there is a drop down arrow. So if you click on that drop down arrow, you will get 2 options. One is to just end the session, which if you will do it by the end of your class, and the second is the report. If you click on report, they will say an assessment report of this presentation will be sent to your email account, and my email account which I have logged in is given you. So if I do OK, they will send me a report. So here I had already done that before. So if you see, I got an email from Nearpod saying, hi, here is your Nearpod post-session report in the form of PDF attached. So if I just click on this, I will get all my entire report of how many students attempted my quiz, how many answered them correctly, and so on and so forth. So if you want to document it, it is a great way of doing it. So this was all about Nearpod. I will quickly show you all. Ma'am, just give me 5 minutes. I'll quickly show them.
I think, Zubia, we can keep this for the afternoon, because taking up the question answer rounds is very important, because there are important questions in the chat. So although there was lots to be learned in these 2 days, and there are many apps to be learned. So I request both of you, Salsabil and Zubia, please take up the questions. That is more important. It is better that we learn less apps, but learn it thoroughly. So Salsabil, if you have read the questions in the chat, quickly answer to that. And if we could accommodate in the afternoon session, we will definitely have Zubia Sheikh back on the platform.
Sure, ma'am.
Sabil, you are there?
Sabil, you are on mute.
So both of you, there are questions for both of you in the chat box. Please take up the questions yourself quickly. Do we have Dr. Deepa?
Yes, madam, I am there.
Yes, ma'am. Please take up the questions from the chat box.
Before I take up few questions, I really sincerely express my appreciation for both the speakers, and this actually reflects the revolutionary change in education system which India is undergoing right now. And I sincerely thank BTTC College for giving them this opportunity to be a part of this FDP program. And I'm really proud of these students, and one of my student also is there, and it is really a satisfying experience for me to see Janet there in the audience and being a part of this program. And my humble regards to the principal BTTC College for taking this decision and incorporating, and I think this is a change which is going to be accommodated everywhere in future. Thank you so much. And now let us take up the questions. There are so many questions, and we are here to learn from our student teachers. And now I think there is a question from, I will just take up just a moment. Yeah. Yeah, how do we have to sign up for Mentimeter?
Okay, so ma'am, it's really easy. You just have to click on Mentimeter, and the first site you will see, that is about the main official site. Just click over there. You will get an option sign in. So if you are first time signing it, then you have to just connect your Google account with Mentimeter, which is very easy. You don't have to write any password or any Gmail account. You just have to click the account which you are using, your own account. That's it, and you are there in the Mentimeter slide. It's just two-step option. You just have to click on the Google and you are there. Google email account and you are there in Mentimeter. It's easy. It's nothing hard and fast.
Yeah. Thank you. I think Ashwini will be happy with your answer. And now next question is from Sweta Mishra. How many slides we can make for free versions?
As much as you want, you can add many slides. The only limitation is the popular question type, the first option. There you can only use 2 slides, not more than that. If you want to use more slides, then you have to buy the paid version. And it's, I think, $8. Now you convert the $8. How many $8 are in the Indian rupee? So it's $8 per month. And but I suggest that don't buy the paid version. It's in free version you are getting a very attractive presentation for yourself. So the only limitation is the popular question type. There only you can select 2 slides. That's it.
So if we want to take images from the Google, can we copy paste it?
Yes, you just have to download the image and drag it towards the image option. That's it.
When setting an image as a background, can you lighten it?
Setting an image as background, you will get 2 options in the slide. First is content, second is background. So click on background, you will get the whole image as the background.
And here there is a remark from Sarika Chabria madam from CHM College, who says that she has been using Mentimeter in her lectures and it is fun learning, and hope we too will be using it. Thank you for introducing us to this particular tool to make our learning interactive.
Most welcome, ma'am. Most welcome.
And then there is a question from Dr. Deepesh Karmarkar, who says, I think this is for Priya ma'am, can EndNote be used as a free version or is it only paid?
It's only paid.
Okay. Can videos other than YouTube be also inserted in the Mentimeter slides?
No, sir, that is the limitation. If you have, you can add any URL, whether it's on YouTube or whether it's on another website, you can add it from there. So you can just copy the URL and add it. Your video will be there on Mentimeter.
Thank you.
It's not YouTube. It's not YouTube. The URL is important. Wherever you find the URL, there is a link to the video. You just have to add the link.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Is real-time polling possible with Nearport?
Sorry, ma'am, your question?
Is real-time polling possible with Nearport?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Real-time polling is possible with Nearport. You can either include it in your lesson, or if you are just using for that period, you can create a separate slide just for polling, and you can share it with your students, and instantly you can see the results. So yes, real-time polling is very much possible.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think you have all answered to all the questions that are there, and nice to meet such dynamic young student teacher for who are in the process of making teachers. And thank you all the resource persons for their valuable inputs as well as suggestions and answering to our queries, for all the efforts they have taken. And now I hand over to Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa. That was, really very sequentially you have followed with our students, taking up the question and answer round. I will have to apologize from Miss Sapna Chabdia looking into the time for this particular session. With Dr. Balani's permission, we are definitely going to adjust Miss Sapna Chabdia's session in the afternoon. I request Dr. Shashi Bhal Pandey for formal vote of thanks for this particular session. After that, now I request the volunteers to please post the feedback form on the links of WhatsApp groups also, and for our YouTube viewers as well. Dr. Shashibhal Pandey for formal vote of thanks. Welcome, sir. Please unmute. Mr. Ranjit, please unmute. Dr. Shashibhal Pandey, he has already put his video camera on.
Yes, ma'am, done.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
A very lovely and warm good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Principal, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, and the session that is being conducted over here, third session of the Day 2 FDP program. It's an honor to have been asked to offer the vote of thanks for the third session of this FDP program organized in collaboration with BTTC College and Srimati CHM College. Friends, no event can be successful without people who dedicate their resources and time to make sure that everything is faultless. First in this list today is Dr. Mandeep Kochar of BTTC College. Madam, I am thankful to you for elegantly and professionally managing everything in time and reminding everyone that your time is this much left, and everything went flawless with your great management skill. Next, I must make a remark of proficient sense of gratefulness to all the resource person for sharing with the participants with some of their finest teaching and learning strategy and practices. All the participants of this meeting are inspired by their sparkling ideas and the speeches. I thank Dr. Meenakshi Lath for introducing the conceptual framework of the technology integrated teaching and learning strategies. Madam Lath elaborated about the educational experience based on the social, cognitive, and teaching presence and the idea of community of inquiry. I express my hearty gratitude to Dr. Lubna J. Mansoori, Madam, Associate Professor, BTTC. Madam emphasized on the virtual gallery walk as a strategy to promote high order and critical thinking among the learners. Madam provided us a take-home message that collaboration divides the work and multiplies the success. I think all the participants will take up this message to their home, and this is a great message given by Madam. Third resource person, Dr. Priya Pillai, Madam, the librarian of BTTC, introduced us with the concept of Mendeley Basics, a reference manager for creating the bibliography for research work. More than 80% of our audience was not aware of, or they had not used this software earlier. With this presentation of Madam Priya Pillai, they all got to know about this, and I'm sure they will now use it for their research. Thank you, Dr. Priya, Madam. I'm thankful to the sincere students of BTTC, Madam Saloni Bhatija, for introducing Meenakshi Lath, Madam, and Zanet James for introducing Dr. Priya Pillai. I'm thankful to the two student teachers who just now presented their work, that is Ms. Sabil Sheikh and Zubia Sheikh, who introduced her with the Mentimeter and Nearpod, how to add activity to the Nearpod, and how to make the presentation more interactive and more attractive. I would also like to place my hearty thanks to all the teachers and student participants, because it is without whom it was not possible to make this event so very successful. I also thank the dedicated and well-motivated team of IQAC team of Srimati CHM College and technical team of BTTC College, which is led by Mr. Manjit, who are aware of their task, and they kept this virtual platform uninterrupted throughout the session. I'm thankful to my senior colleague, Dr. Deepa Mishra, for conducting the question answer session. I express my gratitude to the principal of the CHM College, Madam Dr. Manjula Lavani Pathak, Madam, and the principal of BTTC College, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, sir, for providing all of us this opportunity of interaction and learning, and giving me the opportunity of proposing this vote of thanks. Last but not the least, thank you one and all. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your very wonderful and lovely words and winding up the session so well. Looking into the time and realizing the value of time, as you said it, that we had to abide by and monitor ourselves. And the people who monitor have to, sometimes be apologetic also. So my apologies once again for certain things that we have to take quick lunch and be back definitely by 2 o'clock, because today we have valedictory and we have chief guest for that.
Yes.
And there is lots to be learned in the afternoon session also. Dr. Balani has already withdrawn himself from his session, and we will be accommodating Miss Sapna Chabdia in that place. So please be ready. Afternoon session again also will be full of knowledge, full of entertainment, and new ways of learning in the field of digital world. Please stay on. Yes, Balani sir, yes.
I have not completely withdrawn. Actually,
Okay.
I'll be taking, but we will create a space for Sapna ma'am.
Yes, definitely. Thank you, sir. Quick lunch and be back. Thank you to all of you. Mr. Ranjit, we will just pause the recording, but YouTube will remain on. Thank you to
Yes,
all.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Break for maximum 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to all present over here once again post-lunch session. Continuing with the same kind of learning what we had been for last 2 days, the digital outcome-based education. I request Pooja Jain to take over from this session and introduce the resource persons for today, this afternoon session. And let me make it clear to you, this practice was when at BTTC, we were all of a sudden, we had to switch over our internship into digital mode. It so happened in the previous year when we all just got locked down, and then there were certain things like in professional course, we cannot be passing out our teachers unless they take internship. So we had to convert our physical internship visiting to the schools. We had to convert our internship into virtual internship. So there are many practices during that time we had to develop. We had to put our heads together and our digital minds together. So Mr. Ranjit, Ms. Surbhi Yadav, along with me, they will be presenting the tools and modes of digital internship on virtual platform. I request Pooja and yes, Pooja and her team to take over. Sorry, Mr. Ranjit, Pooja Jain, please unmute her.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody.
Pooja Jain, Surbhi Yadav, Fatima Jetpurwala. Please unmute these participants now. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon to one and all. Welcome back after the very short lunch. The next resource person is Dr. Mrs. Mandeep Kaur Kochar, and I'm very happy to introduce you to her. She is the Associate Professor and Vice Principal, University Affairs of HSNC University, Mumbai. She began her professional career in 1995 from Bombay Teachers Training College. She is the designated coordinator of the Early Childhood Education Program at BTTC since 2004. The subjects taught by her are educational psychology, teaching of economics and commerce, inclusive education, and economics of education. She completed her PhD in adult education from Punjab University, Chandigarh in 2002, and her PhD was declared as 5 topmost the then researchers of the Punjab University, Chandigarh in the year 2002 and 2003. She is recognized research guide for PhD with Pacific Academy of Higher Education and Research, Pacific University, Udaipur, and University of Mumbai. 3 students have successfully completed their PhD research under her able guidance, and at present, 2 students are pursuing from Mumbai University. She conducts various seminars and workshops for pre-service and in-service teachers as resource person in UGC, HRDC, refresher and orientation course on creativity in education, effective teaching, mind management, multi-sensory approach towards teaching, positive thinking, and inclusive education, multitasking, a myth or reality. She has written various research papers in the international and national educational journals and articles in online newspapers and magazines. She is on the editorial board for online journal and is the blind reviewer for university research and educational journals. Keeping her interests and passions to contribution to the society, Dr. Mandeep is a divinity teacher to the school children of Army Navy community and non-Sikh graduates who are associated with the Guru Gobind Singh Study Circle for Sikh Literature, Gurbani recitation, and conducting research on basics of Sikhism. Thank you, Mandeep ma'am.
Thank you, Pooja. Thank you for your wonderful words and warm welcome. As I wanted to mention to you all that digital mode of internship came to us as a push at that point of time when we realized that it's not a luxury for the institution. It became necessity for us at that point of time. We had to develop our content into digital mode. So I wish to share few things with you on this portal, like how did we start learning or converting our digital content into just a moment, please.
College, Kolaba, Mumbai, would wish to discuss with you today models of. Dear students, let us learn today models of viewing disability in the paper Creating Inclusive School. I, Dr. Mandeep Kaur Kochar, Associate Professor, Bombay Teachers Training College, Kolaba, Mumbai, would wish to discuss with you charity model, functional model, and human rights model. We want these resources to reach to you. I will be sharing this PowerPoint presentation. I will be sending you all this PDF document also. Some video links are mentioned over here. You are expected to go through these links for your better learning. You can be anytime in touch with Mandeep Kochar 1982@gmail.com. Thank you. Happy preparation for your examination.
So this was something which I just wanted to share with you. This was a first effort when we wanted to how to voice over our own content. We had many PowerPoint presentations, we had lot of content, but then how to connect it digitally. So now in these 2 days, you have learned many things from the students. Now these were some of the software, some of the applications which MOOC or Swayam, as you can say, as a portal which would accept from the teachers. So Swayam has its own, you can say, kind of criteria. The voice clarity should be there, the content should be streamlined. So professionally, when you want to become or you wish to apply to these kind of Coursera, Swayam, you want to become a MOOC developer, at that point of time, there are certain things which you need to keep in mind. What is their requirement? Up to what degree do they accept the clarity of the video, clarity of the content? So that you need to be very, very careful. I tried right in the beginning, but then some of the videos I prepared, although there is a lot of written content is ready, but still it needs to be voiced over. It needs to be like you have been learning, there are 4 quadrants. Assessment is to be added into that. The dialogue between the students needs to be added into that. So all these things put in together only can be, a large level of MOOC to develop your journey from a offline classroom teacher to online classroom teacher and then becoming a MOOC developer. It is a very effective journey one needs to go through, and one needs to develop that kind of expertise. So I request Mr. Ranjit to put up some of the apps, and along with the Surbhi Yadav. So how these kind of things can be possible, how the second quadrant, that is assessment of the students, can be possible, and then ultimately coming to the kind of dialogue with the students on daily basis, on you can say in internship, finding out whether your students have learned what you wanted to teach them. So this is what is very, very assessment, the very, very necessary to see the assessment criteria also. So I request Fatima Jetpurwala quickly introduce Mr. Ranjit and Surbhi Yadav and bring them on the platform for showing these kind of activities. Fatima Jetpurwala is there with us. Please unmute Fatima, Mr. Ranjit.
Yes, done.
Hello and good afternoon to everyone present. It brings me great honor to introduce two people. So Mr. Ranjit Kaleskar is the IT in charge at Bombay Teachers Training College. Sir has completed his bachelor's in computer science from Pune University and diploma in computer programming from Bombay University. Apart from being an IT in charge, he's also a lecturer come instructor and also takes add-on courses for BEd students. He's also responsible for taking care of all technical management and maintaining them. He's been a part of ASCI India Private Limited and is responsible for implementation. He has also been a part of Channel Information Private Limited, conducting seminars and training programs for BEd colleges on IT subjects, which helps the teachers coordinating with schools and corporate management teams to develop IT education programs which fit their curriculum. I would now introduce Surbhi Yadav. Surbhi Yadav is a commerce graduate from SIS College, Navi Mumbai. She has 3 years of work experience into investment banking, pursuing MBA from Symbiosis College, Pune, along with BEd. She is certified in using IPC as a primary education. The stage is all yours now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit and Surbhi. They build a good team, and then they will quickly show you how to convert your content digitally and then make it reach to the assessment. Mr. Ranjit, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. The first tool which I'm going to present in front of you is macromedia animation. So how the animation take place. Now, before that, I would like to inform you that how the animation takes place. You must have seen the flick book where each pages have a different characters and same characters, and the same characters will be moving on the different pages. And when you flip up in the particular book, you see the particular characters moving. The same thing here, which I'm going to show you, is your flash animation. Just one sec, where I can show you one simple thing. How to animate. All right, this is a screen of Macromedia animation. Now here in this case, this is a whiteboard where actually your drawing will be taken place. Above that is your frames. This frames is actually the pages of your flipbook. We can call as a frames, we can call as a slides, or we can call each frame you can call as 1 second. So suppose on your left hand side you have a tools over here, so you can use any one of these tools to draw it. Now for example, if I want to draw a ball and I want to move this ball from one place to other place of the screen, so what you're going to do is you need to select the first frame, then select the circle from your tool, draw the circle. Right now, each frame you need to move that ball. Right, so for example, I'd given a short thing. Just click on second frame. Then once you select the second frame, you need to press F6 key from your keyboard. That indicates that whatever you have done in the previous frame will be copied on the next frame. And that frame, you need to move this ball a little bit ahead. So I press F6 key, and you see there's a circle your circle will get highlighted. Now you have to move this ball. So click on this arrow over here, selection tool, and then move it a little bit ahead. So like that on each frame, you need to just repeat the same action. I'll do this for a few things. And then once you finish, for example, till here, and once you finish this, you need to just press enter key, see the movements of it. This is how your animation take place. There's another way that I can move without selecting the frames. I can select the end point of the frame till where you want and then move directly. I just close this part. Taken up the new one. I draw the ball over here and I mark till frame 40. Press F6 key and move this ball over here. All right. Now give a twinning option over here. Twin. Now you see this, it moves automatically on that particular place without selecting the frames. This is the one thing. Now you need to convert this file into video. So what you're going to do is go to your file menu, click on export, and then click on export movie over here. Give the file name, whatever the file name you want, say XYZ. And then over here, this part, save type as, you need to select window AVI movie maker. Just click on save it. Select this sound, sound is available, okay. Otherwise, you can select this part. The last options, click on OK. And then you can see the stop sharing and show you the movie over here. This XYZ which I've created. So once the movie is created, you can implement this movie in your PowerPoint presentation, or you can play it directly. Can you are able to see that?
Yes, Ranjit, we can see now. In between, it was logged out. The screen was not there. But
okay, there are
screen has
many.
gone. Yeah, screen has gone black.
Okay,
The
sorry.
movement of the ball.
Yeah, I got it. See this. You are able to see it?
No. Yes, fine. We could see that. You can play again and you can show the videos which are already prepared. I wanted to say that only because we are having in our college early childhood education where they have to show the students the flashcards and A for apple, B for boy. So the quick teaching aids within 2 to 3 minutes students could prepare their teaching aids. So that is how this application was very helpful, because pictorial learning is very important in the whole process. So everything whatever was on the paper was to be converted in the animation as well as the name of the letter and the picture of the letter. So Mr. Ranjit, you can show some of the videos.
Now this is the one which is converted A letter to apple. This is how what I have done. Can you see it now? The video has been seen?
Yes.
Now I have one more thing is I would like to show you how I made a tap and water is falling from that particular tap. I will show that also.
So Adobe, the Flash application was not considered very easy application for people earlier, but now it has become convenient. It has changed its features and students are enjoying learning, making their teaching aids and pictorial things on top of Flash as one of the...
This is where I have drawn this, the tap and the water is dripping from the tap. So this what you can also create it. And there's a various things which I have created. I have created the bouncing ball also. I'll show that.
The animation impact and effect can be given as per your requirement in the field of science, in the field of geography, or even for small children. All this, what sometimes you do not get available as per your requirement for the classroom situation, so that also can be prepared.
Okay, have a look over here. This is a bouncing ball which I have done. So such kind of animations can be done. Create it, save it into video file, and then you can use this video files into a different application. You can use in the PowerPoint presentation, or if you want to show it in directly, you can use it. So these are the applications we can do, or these are the softwares, or these are the output files you can create it in your animation. It's nothing but just creating a different frames and give some motions to each frame, and club together, we create a one file on that. So this is a one application. Now I would like to show you one more applications which we call as a hot potato, where you can create a crossword with help of the hot potato. I'll just go on to that.
So in the meanwhile, I will just give you some inputs. Photoshop gives you the licensing authority, has for 7 days to 30 days, you can be having software free on your laptop. And in that much time, you can collect the quantum of your teaching aids when you have that free thing. Otherwise, if you wish to go for the paid version, it is 1500 to around 2500. The software is available on Photoshop, and student concession also is there. But if you prepare the quantum of your teaching aids and save it as your videos, then it remains with you permanently and it becomes your own teaching aids, digital teaching aids. Yes, Mr. Ranjit, please continue.
Yeah, this animations in Micromedia is the easiest one. We have a various high level distincts in film industries. There's a app Maya software is used for the animation part. We also have a 3D Max. This animation Macromedia is just for a 2D animation. In this scenario, what you're seeing is this: your eyes is your camera. You need to place it exactly what you want to see it from your picture, right? So in higher versions, we have a Maya softwares, we have a 3D Max, we have the 3D animations, you can use it. But the animation which I've just shown you is just a 2D. Now move on to the hot potato. So hot potato, we have a different types of applications you can create. Put on your newspapers and everything. Can you see on my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Now, in your hot potato, you need to check it out. One sec. You need to have this tool over here. This is in front of you. Now, this is a tool. This is a button where you need to create a grid. Now, in this crossword, you always have to put the answers in that grid. The output of the question, the clues which are given on paper, you need to put that. For example, I create this.
Oh, your screen is black.
Screen is black. Okay,
No,
sure.
yes, cannot be seen.
Can you see it now?
Yes, Ranjit.
Okay, now you need to put down the words. For example, I've said, I've written down apple, then I've written down electronic, then I've written down is orange. Okay, just 3 words. Now, once you finish, you need to start making a grid. This is the output of your clues. You need to write down the output of your clues one below. Maximum you can give 20, or you can increase it how much you want it, how big, how clue you want it, how big your crossword should be. You need to keep on doing it. Now, once you enter the three things, the results, the answers, you just make a grade. So this is what you get on your screen. Can you see my screen now? You can see the output. Can you see these letters over here? Okay, now for each letter, you need to add a clue. So what are you going to do? Once you get this thing grid in front of you, click on each one and then click on add over here to add a clue. So you get a list of all the answers which will be on your screen. You just want to add the clues. Now, for example, electronics, select this part and then type the clue over here, say computer, and you say okay to add the clue for that. Then click on Apple, keep it going everywhere. Then keeps away. Click OK and then goes to orange and then select this orange. Clue over here. Fruit as well as color. Say OK. That's it. You need to do this one. Once you finish this, you need to check out this output. Now, this is what is the construction file or the source main file. So you can always come back over here. You can edit it. You can delete whatever you wanted. You can add more. You can do that. For that, you need to save this particular file as a source file or as a target for your construction file. This is output. And say I said again, I said ABC. I saved this as a main file, the source file. So once the main file and source file is saved, then you need to produce the output file. The output file will be always shown in any default browser in your laptop or the computer, any default browser. If you're using a Mozilla, it will be uploaded on your Mozilla. If it's using a Google Chrome, you will be see it in Google Chrome. Or if you're using Internet Explorer, you can put it on your Internet Explorer. Now, once it's done, on your screen, just beside your down arrow red color, this is the indication that is converted into your output file. Click on this. It will ask you again what name of your output file you want. Keep it same, don't change it, and keep in the same folder. So here it is ABC, but it is shows the file type will be in HTML. Then HTML is always shows on your browser. So click on save. Then it's asking you which browser. It takes automatically any browser which is default. You can see the browser now. I'll just share it again. This is what you get on your screen. So you can add a quiz in that also. Now, for example, the first indication, computer. I'm sorry, spelling is here. So it should be okay. And then go on for the second one. Should be orange. And go on to the third one. It should be apple. So this is what you get it. So you can arrange the crossword any big, how big you want it to get, but you need to put on this. There's a one thing problem will be if any letter, for example, you're using electronic, each letter should be embedded within the other letter, or it should be started with other letter should be started with the previous letter. If it computer doesn't find the matching, then it keep on into a loop finding a letter which is matches with the other word. So you need to give exact word which is corresponding to other words also. Anyway, so this is how you're going to do it. This is one. Now I just put on just transfer to Surbi. Surbi, you just take over now. How you show you
Mr.
your
Ranjit, thank you so much for
yes, ma'am.
converting the content into digital mode
Your
and
voice
showing
is
us
not
the...
properly, ma'am.
Ranjit, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for
Yes, ma'am.
showing us the path to convert our content into digital mode. Because Mr. Ranjit helps us a lot for early childhood education. His examples were apple and oranges and all. But you can be converting it into mathematical formulas, scientific formulas, and for which now Miss Surbi is going to take over. And Miss Surbi, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, in this part of this section, we are going to learn how to make our PPTs more interactive. So as teachers, we often make PowerPoint presentation for our students and we put it on internet for other students to share and learn. So we upload it on Moodle. As teachers, all of us, we use Moodles. But there's one thing missing, and that's you as a teacher explaining the content, and which is very important when you make a PPT. So when you give a live presentation, you are there to explain. But when you share it and it is non-live, there is no explanation. So to add this explanation part, we have something in PPT which is called as narration. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, should be.
Yes, thank you. So to add narration, you have to have your PPT. So this is a small PPT which I have prepared. It is just 3 sides. It can be any number of slides that you can make. So there are 2 ways to add narration. So what is narration? Basically, it is like turning your PPT into a video. So you can set up timings, how quickly you want your slides to change, how you want the next slide to come. And you can also add your explanation, and you can add your voice into the PPT and make it more creative and more lively. So there are 2 ways to do it. So first way is you go on the slideshow button, which is over here. There you get an option. Yes, you get an option to record slideshow. So if you click over here, it asks you if you want to start from beginning or if you want to start from the current slide. So whichever way you want, from wherever you want to start explaining your content, you can select that. So I am going to select recording from beginning. So then again, there's a dialog box which asks you to what all do you want to include in your video. So basically, if you want to include the timings, the animations that you have put into your PPT presentation, and also if you want to add ink and laser points. So sometimes when we are explaining in a PPT, we highlight or circle some words. So that is also sometimes very necessary. So over here, you can tick those boxes and it will record all of those as well. So after you have selected both of these boxes, you can start recording. So basically when now, okay, so here you can see the timing has started. So you can talk about this slide, and after you are done talking about this slide, you can simply move on to the next slide. Then you have to start talking about this slide. So like, for example, similarly, students in some places, farming is not possible because of the weather conditions. So we use greenhouse farming to grow crops in such areas. Then the third slide, greenhouse farming facilitates getting maximum product from the land. It can have a total control on natural factors like climate, heat, etc. So after you are done talking about this slide, you simply press the forward button on your keyboard and your recording is done. So let me show you how it is. Okay, so here you can see the timing has started. So you can talk about this slide, and after you are done talking about this slide, you can simply move on to the next slide. Then you have to start talking about this slide. So like, For example, similarly, students in some places, farming is not possible because of the weather conditions. So we use greenhouse farming to grow crops in such areas. Then the third slide, greenhouse farming facilitates getting maximum product from the land. It can have a total control on natural factors like climate, heat, etc. So after you are done talking about this slide, you simply press the forward button on your key. Okay, so that is how you can add voice into your PPT. This is one of the method. Okay, so another method is you go to insert. So over here, again, you have this option of adding an audio. So sometimes you have audios on your PC. So you can add audios from your systems, which are pre-recorded if you want to add some music to your slide. So you can do that. I currently don't have it right now, but you can save it somewhere and
Sylvia, I
simply
will
click
take
on
this
that and
thing.
that music will come. Yes, sir. Yes,
Sylvia, I
sir.
will take
So
this
you
thing.
can do that as well. And
Okay, I'll do some.
yes, sir. So Ranjit sir will be explaining
Can
it
you
in
stop
detail.
sharing, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Bacha, I will do that.
Absolutely.
Just stop sharing it. Okay, now this thing is what I'll show you another tool over here, which is called Cool Record Edit Pro. This is the tool where you can record your voice with and convert it into MP3. And in that MP3 voice, you need to add the background music. And you need to see that your voice should be little bit louder than the background music. So normal, what you have done, what should we have showed you, just add the voice to each slide and then play it. That comes to be a little bit, but if you insert a background music, that will be a wonderful effect. Now I'll just show you that yesterday should be given me the voice and the PPT. I just want to share that thing with you. Just give me a few minutes. Now this is the tool where you need to, insert voice and you need to add the background music. Now this is the tool which is called Cool Record Edit Pro. It's available over here, but this is for 30 days, 15 days free. You can use it. You can create it, save it as a MP3, and then you can insert in your PowerPoint presentation. What you're going to do is, I'll just open the file which he has sent to me last night. So I'll just open this particular file. Okay, so this agriculture voice, right? I'll just open it. Okay, now just play it and check it. I'm just showing.
Needs of food and make use of plants and animals. Besides the cultivation of different crops, rearing cattle, sheep, and goats.
Was it able to hear it properly? Could you hear it? Hello?
Ranjit, we could hear, but the volume was very low.
Yeah. Now, for example, if you want to increase the volume over here. Yeah, one sec. I'll just give you. There's a net problem over here.
Ranjit, there are some questions for you. I am taking up now only, although
Yes, please. Take it
it is the prerogative of Dr. Yogini, but I am picking up as we have to cover up a lot of time. Can the crossword be used as an assessment tool for students? I think that question is for Surbhi Yadav and for you, Mr. Ranjit. How can, what is the tool for the background music? Can you please give the name once again?
That is School Record Edit Pro. COOL Record Edit Pro. This I'll show you now.
Thank
Now
you.
I'm going to.
Surbi has put up the answer on the chat box.
Okay. Now I just select the entire recording over here, and there is a file. Go to Home menu. You can see a mix file over here. This option over here, mix file. Then you need to select which music you want to play. Usually we need to take it very low music, not very hard and not very loud one. Soft music, you can take it. Then you can see over here the two options in that. 100% is what is your voice, your narration, and you're in a buffering for 5%, that is your music to play. Now if I use it 50%, check what happens over here.
Mr. Jaranjit, there is lot of lag, I think, because lot many applications are getting used online. But still we have understood the concept. So if you can be little faster.
Check it out. Plants and animals. Besides the cultivation of different crops, cattle, sheep, and goats, maintaining poultry farms, sericulture, horticulture, orchidry, pisciculture, pig farming, emu farming, etc. are included in agriculture.
Whatever hear you, you can hear it.
Yes, we could hear it.
Now this is what I have done it. I've saved it into MP3 with her voice along with the background music, and then I've put it into a PowerPoint presentation, and it is looked this way. I just stop sharing and put on the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, that's what we call it, voicing over your own PPTs. The content matter, voicing your own voice over your content.
Agriculture has a wide scope of basic needs of food and clothing. We make
Yes, there is a question for both of you. Can that be transported to Google Classroom?
Yes, you can.
Agriculture has a wide scope for basic needs of food and clothing. We make use of plants and animals. Besides the cultivation of different crops, rearing cattle, sheep, and goats, maintaining poultry farms, keeping bees, sericulture, orchidry, farming, emu farming, etc. are included in agriculture. Agriculture is one of the strongest sectors of our economy. Around 58% population.
You got it?
Yes, Ranjit, thank you so much. This is what actually I wanted all the teachers to know about it, that we need to give a feel of our presence to our students. It's important that they keep learning even in our absence also. So that is what MOOCs and online program developers, they do. And that's how, and you need to have a lot of clarity for that. You need to have a lot of animation, or the visuals should be very clear. The graphics should be actually showing what it is meant to be shown. Because when you are a MOOC developer, basically you are a writer yourself, you are an actor yourself, you are a producer yourself also, and you are a director also yourself. You only have to have good content, good graphics, good presentation, then only I think one can reach to that level of developing a MOOC and self-learning in teachers' absence, which is very, very important. And it's a kind of making a film all by itself. So that is what is very, very important. I request Surbi to please take over for Google Forms assessment, where one needs to know whether my students have learned what I wanted to teach them. The final thing by this team.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjit.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So in a classroom
Thank you, Rachel.
settings, when we are in a classroom with our students, we usually give them worksheets after we are done with the topic. But online teaching, that is not possible. But through various tools such as Google Form, Typeform, Wordwall, Wiser.me, you can create worksheets which are very, very interactive. So let us just focus on Google Forms today. So I'm going to show how you can create Google Forms and also put different types of questions in Google Form. So for using Google Form, first most important thing is that you should have a Google account. So with your Google account, you can log in into your Gmail, then go to Google, simply search forms. The first option is Google Forms. So click on go to Google Forms. So this is the page where you can create your Google form or edit your Google Forms, which you have already created. So I have a number of Google Forms created on this app. So let me show you an example of a Google form that I have created and also the types of questions that you can include. So this was one of the assessment tools that I had used in one of my practice teaching lesson. So the topic was infrastructure. So I started with email address, then student's name and roll number, class and section. Then we can also add pictures. So I had asked, what does this picture below relates to? Then you can also add a video taken from YouTube or from your your laptops or computers. You can upload that video. And based on that video, you can also ask students a number of questions. So based on that video, I have asked students 2 questions. You can also upload some stats or some graphs, and based on that also you can put up question. You can also have multi-select question where students can multiple select and answer the questions. So all this is available using Google Form. You can also have match the column types of question where you can ask the student to match the column with the correct answer. So let us see how we can do this. So first you have to select a blank Google Form. So here you are supposed to give the topic. So for example, I am giving the topic of Earth. So after giving the topic, you have to go to your settings. Because this is an assessment tool, you have to make this Google form a quiz. So in settings, you have this option of quizzes. So there it will ask, make this a quiz. So take this option. So it will give you a number of options to, personalize or customize your quiz. So I want all the correct answers to be seen by the students. And I also want them to see that they have missed a question. So I'll simply save it without changing anything. So now this has been converted into a quiz. So after you give a title to your Google form, you can type a description as assessment 1, or if you don't give it, it's not at all compulsory. So here you have your first question. So for example, you want your first question to be an MCQ type where only one answer is correct. So you just type a question over here. Which planet is Earth from the sun? So from here, you can select your question types. You have short answers, you have paragraphs. So short answers, basically when you want your students to just give one word answer or a few lines. Paragraphs are your long answer questions. Multiple choice, only one answer is correct. Check boxes are your questions where you have multiple correct answers. So if you want to ask your students what are the sources of water, and in options you can give 3 correct answers, and you want them to select all of those 3, so you can use check boxes. Then you also have drop down. So drop down is same as MCQ. So instead of having 4 options, there'll be just one menu from where you can select a drop down menu. Then you have multiple choice grid, which I will show you. So multiple choice grid, sorry, I'll add another question over here for multiple choice grid. So multiple choice grid is basically your match the column. So in row 1, you give all column A items, and in columns you give all the column B items. So just for example, I'll give here red, yellow, pink. So for red, the correct answer would be stop. Yellow, sky. Pink, flower. So after you have given your rows and columns, you go to your answer key. So this is very important. Here you can also assign marks to each of your questions. So for example, if a student selects the stop button, so I want him to get 2 marks. So I'll select 2 over here. Or if I want to increase it, I'll select 3. So these are individual marks that you can also assign over here. So after assigning the marks and also selecting the correct answer, you can select this button done over here. So here you will see the total points is 4. And also over here in the question, 4 points. So from this button, you can keep on adding questions. So if you want to have add a picture to your question, so here you have this option of adding a picture. So you can either upload a picture or add it from your camera gallery or by a URL, or you can even do a Google image search. There are variety of pictures which you can select and simply frame a question on it. So here my picture has come. So I will ask my students, identify the landform.
Okay, Surbhi, to cut it little short, I will quickly ask you one question over here. If as a teacher, I want to know that my students have individually performed and whether they have scored in one particular question, right answer or wrong answer, when I can get to know that or not?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Fine. So just quickly explain that aspect and then we will proceed.
Yes, so I have few of my older forms which I have asked my students to fill. So I'll show you how the responses come. So after making your Google form, you have to send it to your students. So here is the send button. And here you can select the URL, you can copy it and paste it anywhere or give it to your students on WhatsApp or Google Classroom or Zoom, and then they can start filling your forms. So here is the responses sheet where you can see the individual report and also the summary and even the question wise report you can see. So this can also be transferred into an Excel file. So
can you scroll it down and show to our viewers that each student's performance individually question wise has been shown in the Google form, and right answers, wrong answers, everything had been proven over there?
Yes, ma'am.
Just scroll it down and that's it.
Yes, so this student is Aryan, so his roll number is 1. So the first question, he had selected incorrect answer. So here he had selected RILS as well, which is incorrect. So he hasn't got marks for that. So this is the correct, he had selected contour lining. This is a wrong question, it indicates wrong. So all the responses are over here. So after RN, if you want to grade the next student, so you can click on this forward button. This is the next student, Arman Khan, and here is his responses. And also you can get how many marks he has got. So he has scored 4 out of 10.
Thank you so much, Surbhi. And we understand now that in Google Form also we can be having videos, we can be having pictures, any kind of animation can be added into Google Forms, and we can be having our assessment also individually. Student performance can be assessed individually, how much they have understood and where they are lagging behind. Anything else, Surbhi, you wish to add over here? So quickly, within 1 minute, if you can wind up.
Yes, ma'am. So Google Form is basically a very easy tool. Like after every class, you can just provide students with a Google Form link, and it is very quick to make for teachers, because obviously as teachers we have lot on our plate. So this assessment tool is the most easy among all of those. So that's it, ma'am.
Thank you, Surbhi. Thank you for your inputs, and that was excellent performance. And we always had been using Google Forms only for the research survey, but how to use it as an assessment tool for small children at college level, it's a really great learning. And I request to both of you, please go through the chat. There are some questions for you, but we will be taking the questions later. Managing time little more, I simply cannot miss out on Dr. Bhagwan Balani. Sir, you are most welcome. I am skipping over on the formal introduction of Dr. Bhagwan Balani. We all know only one word introduction, most enthusiastic principal we have come across. Dr. Bhagwan Balani, sir, the portal is for you only for 10 to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Mandeep, ma'am. It's my proud privilege to be there with you all. I'm not going to take much time. You have done my job. I'm very happy to be there. Now, I'm going to talk about, now you have all spoken about teaching learning strategies, all digital, which we have developed in last 11 months. And all the faculty members and students have presented beautifully. These are some of the teaching learning activities. These are very few samples, and some of samples are known to you and some of samples may be new to you. The purpose of including these, we can say, demonstration in this FDP is concerned, it was to give an opportunity to the students to practice very hard and do the demonstration, because OBE mainly focuses on the students' learning. If the learner has not learned, teacher has not taught. This is the mantra that we have been following. The students, before getting certificate from Bombay Teachers Training College, must do all these demonstration in front of not only the teachers, but at the school level, at different platforms like these are concerned. Until and still they don't give the demonstration, they don't showcase their abilities of using the technology or any other learning forms are concerned, they are not certified by us at all. And that is the reason our students are being known as doing multitasking and are very, very popular across globe. Now, I'm not going to talk much about OBE. OBE can be studied. So many thousands of pages are there on the internet you can explore. But the one thing that lacks in our education system is the achievement of objectives which are clear, observable, measurable outcomes. Why these guidelines we have received by the NAC? NAC says that we can't afford to waste our energy, our time by talking unnecessarily in the classroom. Better focus on learning. So now here the entire shift is there on learning. So how? Plan, do, check, act. So whatever we had done is nothing but, whatever we had done today is nothing but the result of the planning that we had done. And now, after execution of all those plans, activities which we had done or we are doing or we are going to do, has to go through the reflection process. Has to be, there should be a discussion on that. And then we need to reflect on the best of the best outcomes and the outcomes which requires a lot of corrections, a lot of modifications. And then we need to go into the second cycle of learning, because learning is nothing but the lifelong process. Now, this concept was coined by William Spady. He said that outcome-based education means starting with a clear picture of what is important for our students to be able to do, then organizing the curriculum, instruction, and assessment to make sure this learning ultimately happens. Now, if you see, OB is nothing but it's the amalgamation. It is the integration of three things: curriculum, instruction, and assessment shall go hand in hand. Many times, if you see, as far as a traditional education system is concerned, you must have found that curriculum says something, instructions which are given in the classroom are something different, and the assessment that is being done is not relevant to what the curriculum specifies. And as a result of that, we have produced not only thousands of students, but we have produced lakhs of students lacking the needed competencies, graduate attributes to be employed by the industry. You can look at the data, look at the degrees that they possess, but degrees they possess on the piece of the paper. But as far as actual capabilities are concerned, attitudes are concerned, abilities are concerned, skills are concerned, are missing. OBE is nothing but is an attempt to align the three things: the curriculum, instruction, that is teaching learning process, and the assessment. There should not be any gap between these three things, which we want to emphasize. Now look at, as far as this FDP is concerned. Now let us take what was the vision, or what was the objective, what was the goal of this 2 days FDP program. Let us consider this. The vision was that let the faculty be involved. Let the faculty practice on scaffolding digital pedagogy, which we wanted to master. All the teachers at Bombay Teachers Training College, they gathered on 23rd March 2020, and we decided that we will go online. We will empower ourselves. We will explore different platforms. We will learn on our own. And we came together, and then we planned out everything. We reached out to the students, and gradually things started rolling on. No, if you see, as far as these 2 days presentations are concerned, they are revolving around the concept of scaffolding digital pedagogy, and we have given this as DP as a best practice of Bombay Teachers Training College of this year of pandemic situation. Now, if you see, as far as this program is concerned, now let me take this as a program, educational program is concerned. What were the objectives? Objectives was to empower the faculty with the digital tools. Objectives were empower the students with the digital tool. Objectives were to develop the skills and create the e-content, e-lessons. Objectives were to explore the social media and become more visible on the different forms of the social media for the faculty as well as for the students. I think we have got a significant, we can say, presence in the social media, on the YouTube, in the form of organizing different webinars. And as far as the program outcomes are concerned, are existing. All those records are there with us. All planned activities, records, digitally created, which are there on our D drive, and we are going to compile it. And if you look at, as far as the graduate attributes are concerned, you just check it out with any of those B.Ed students studying at Bombay Teachers Training College. Our goal is that every student enrolled with the Bombay Teachers Training College leaves the college with greater efficiency in mastering the teaching learning tools are concerned, these ICT tools are concerned, we are going to add many more things. Now, how we were able to do it? Let us say in the form of the courses which we undertook in the month of March, May, April, May, on different, we can say, themes. We have organized webinars, maybe on social media, maybe creating content, maybe FDP, which we organize for the schools. See, you can divide, you can classify these, we can say, endeavors as courses and see the outcome of the courses, because in each of those activities, students were at the focus. So this is what is nothing but the design of OBE, which must reflect in three things, which must be visible in curriculum, in instructions and assessment, which shall go in alignment. And another thing is that the kind of feedback which comes, I think it provides a lot of reflection for us, so that we can improvise our own, we can say, practices, and can, add on some new things onto that. This is what is nothing but the very, very important as far as this OBE is concerned. Now, this is the more comprehensive visualization of OBE is concerned. Now, if you see, as far as the vision and mission is concerned, your OB also must find a place in your vision and mission. Like Bombay Teachers Training College, the vision is that we want to emerge as a center of excellence in teacher education. Now we can expand it, we can modify it, and we can say our vision as to emerge as a center of global teacher education. Or we can say, and now we have also added one more component to it, that we want to undertake a lot of research projects, research endeavors, research activities. So this also can be modified as to emerge at the center of we can say global teacher education and interdisciplinary researches or educational researches. So if you look at what our intentions are there in long term, which we want to achieve, can be embedded in the form of the vision, followed by program educational objectives. We run DLED program, we run early childhood education program, we run B.Ed program, we run PhD program. Nowadays, we are also conducting MA in education. We are conducting the classes. So for each of those programs, we can have a different PEOs, program educational objectives. And then under those program educational objectives, which we have beautifully spelled, I will just share my PPT through you. So you can go through it the way we had done it, or you can visit our website, BTDC or our HSNC University. Whereas for each of those programs, we had defined these program educational objectives, program outcomes, and then program special outcomes and course outcomes very clearly in our curriculum, the way we have planned it. And we have also aligned our teaching learning plan along with what we have individualized in the form of the students' achievement. And we have coupled it with the assessment plan, the assessment strategies which we are going to use. Ms. Jyoti Bhatia is going to share with you the kind of assessments which we have used or we are going to use in order to see the outcomes of all our endeavors. So let me not take much of your times, but now this slide is very, very important, which I must share it with you. If you look at as far as the elements of OBs are concerned, vision, mission, PEOs and POs, it's the responsibility of the management. Now here in our case, the management is board of study in the subject education, and Dr. Meenakshi Lath, she has taken immense pains in order to define vision, mission, POs and POs along with the faculty members of Bombay Teachers Training College in clear terms. You must go through the way we have written our PLOs, CLOs, and then you will understand that how these formation of these PLOs and CLOs, POs and COs play a significant role in giving the direction and guidance to the faculty and the students to achieve those predetermined outcomes. And then the PSOs is the responsibility of the head. Ours is a small college. So head of the department is again Dr. Meenakshi Lat. She has also taken care of this. And then it is the responsibility of the faculty in charge to take care of the different courses that are being taught by them, and do the assessment which is relevant to the predetermined objectives. So this is what is nothing but the beauty of this OBE, which saves a lot of time, energy, and it's synchronized as per the entire educational process is concerned. Now, this is a beautiful diagram, plan, do, act, check, which I already explained to you. I am not going to repeat it. This is nothing but the consolidated synergic, we can say, a diagram, which defines or describes the 4 quadrants of OBE: outcomes, teaching, learning, assessment, and improvement. Okay, because continuous improvement should be there if you are operating any of those educational programs. Now, this is a fantastic we can say general slide which I would like to explain to you all. Now, program learning outcomes is nothing but sum of the learning outcomes and the generic students attribute which shall reflect after the students comes out from the organization. Now, what kind of attributes a student must possess? These are practical skills, social skills, and responsibilities, values, attitudes, professionalism should reflect in their attitude, in their working style, communication, leadership, team skills, problem solving, scientific skills, managerial and entrepreneurial skills. These are the sum total of, we can say, the skills are required for any graduate. I'm not talking only about the B.Ed students, but I'm talking about the graduate students of all other disciplines also. And these graduates must possess the critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, entrepreneurship skills, communication skills, moral and professional skills, teamwork and leadership. These are the essential life skill. You can say that every graduate must possess. Without this, a graduate cannot, we can say, live in great harmony in the profession, of his choice. These are the must and should be embedded. It must reflect, these values must reflect in the curriculum, in the teaching learning process, and the assessment is concerned. So these are some of the things which I wanted to share it with you all. Now, what is the focus? Focus: students only. Focus should be learning. Focus should be learning, improvisation of the learning designs. Focus should be the students should be active, and that's why, as far as this FDP is concerned, was totally dedicated to the students of Bombay Teachers Training College. This is nothing but we can say, core component of OBE: students enlightenment, students education, students empowerment, students excellence. Excellence is very, very important, which must reflect, in his attitude, in his skill, in his abilities, in his communication, in his intention, in his thought provoking processes. Students. Bombay Teachers Training College, most of the students, 99% students are enrolled over here are girls, and we consider them as our own daughters. And we are committed for the upliftment, empowerment of these girls. Now, we want our girls not to get ready to be employed, but we will wish that these girls shall be empowered and they shall emerge as entrepreneurs. They shall set up their own edtech companies, and they shall create more jobs for their colleagues. This is what is nothing but the end goal that we have thought of Bombay Teachers Training College in the form of learning outcome. And many of our students are moving in direction. I do understand it's a long-term objective which cannot be achieved in a shorter period of time, but still we are striving to achieve that, we can say, goal. And probably days are not far away if we are not able to achieve this goal, but very soon, after maybe 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 6 years, 10 years down the line, I believe that the kind of efforts which we are putting all together will be seen in the form of emerging entrepreneurs, as far as this batch is concerned, this passing batch is concerned, or the future batches are concerned. This is the clear-cut message that we want to give our student teachers. All the students teachers are being made compulsory to attend this FDP because we wanted to give them a message that you had to empower yourself if you want to remain relevant as far as the field of education is concerned. I will just show you 2 more slides. I'm not going to discuss this. I think these are self-explanatory. You can go through and you can study this. Yeah, this is a fantastic slide, which I would like to emphasize more. Principles of OBE, clarity of focus. One should be absolutely clear what is to be achieved in terms of intentions, in terms of the kind of arrangement of the resources are concerned, in terms of planning is concerned, in terms of interacting with the children are concerned. Everything should be very, very, very clear. Okay, what is to be achieved? It should be in the position of the management. The principal should know about it. The teacher should be very, very clear what is to be achieved. And the most important, we need to communicate to the students what we want to achieve, for them. So in order to do that, we need to design down everything. The curriculum must start with a clear definition of the intended outcomes that students are to achieve by the end of the program, and we must set high level of expectations from the students, so that we must establish high expectations which are challenging, so that the students are aware what is to be achieved in the form of the outcome. I do understand that temporarily the students may feel some little stress. Students enrolled at Bombay Teachers Training College at times are seen little stressed, not overstressed, because of the higher expectations of the teachers. This works. So we know how to control our extent of the expectations from the students, but this works. And then we also, now when we have high expectations from the students, then simultaneously it is our responsibility to expand the opportunities for them. And this is what we are very, very popular about it. And we create opportunities for them to create the leadership role for them. And these are the students who take the things forward, aligning their resources with the teachers of Bombay Teachers Training College. I'm very happy about it. The entire faculty of Bombay Teachers Training College has not taken, I think, vacation since in last 11 months, and we have worked day and night and have aligned our resources along with the students, and have been organizing learning, we can say, sessions like these, on regular basis. I'm very happy about it. If you see the process, one needs, as I already told, one needs to define the curriculum objectives, design assessment tasks which are highly aligned with the curriculum objectives, and we need to select the appropriate teaching learning activities in order to achieve those outcomes. And at times we have been reviewing the program level outcomes, whether we were able to achieve those, we can say, outcomes or not, what things are to be done. We write it down, all those things, and we choose the appropriate outcome-based assessment tools and methods in order to, we can say, find out the level of extent of achievement of our objectives. Now, if you look at the teacher effectiveness is concerned, teacher effectiveness can be achieved by 4 factors, which we focus like anything: content skills, technical skills, foundations of education, and soft skills. So these are the core component, core skills, which are at the core, we can say, planning of Bombay Teachers Training College. And as a result of that, if all those things are synchronized, are moving in the one direction, I think we can achieve a lot. And I don't claim that we have achieved 100%, but I think the way trajectory that we have selected is taking us to the achievement of the desired goals. As I said, that visibility in social media is also one of our, we can say, agenda. And I think our social media team and the teacher in charges are doing an excellent job. And the entire team, student council members and all other students has contributed a lot in making BTDC visible on the digital media. As a result of that, if you do the analysis of the data that lies in, we can say, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, you will find a lot of, we can say, activities are posted over there. So many postings are there. A lot of appreciation is there. A lot of, we can say, subscription is there. And I think this kind of love that we have got from our, we can say, stakeholders, have kept us motivating a lot. I'm not going into nitty-gritties of these things, because I received a request from principal of CHM College, Dr. Manju Lalwani, that, sir, as far as this practical work is concerned, we need to sit and reflect and how to practically design and write down POs, PSOs, POs, CSOs, in clear terms aligned with the programs. I think we will take up all those things in our next. These are some of the UGC program which is based on OB. I will just send across to you this slide, this PPT. You can go through it and you can really understand how all those POs and COs are aligned together. I think this is a wonderful study which requires a lot of study and interpretation and alignment checking at one-to-one level, which requires a lot of we can say understanding space and time to go through and understand this. We will take up this maybe in the form of a workshop, maybe in the different platform very soon as we take a decision on this. Now, this is a very wonderful slide. I think that it should be the last slide of my presentation.
Yes, Dr. Balani, I need to remind you, I am collecting some courage to remind that you are very effective students who have become your faculty now at BTTC, Sapna Chabdia and Jyoti Bhatia, waiting for their presentation. And it's your duty now to give them the chance the way you had been giving chance to your, very beautifully you have taken from planning to execution to outcome. So I request you to, if you can wind up within 1 minute, sir.
Yes. So now let us unbox outcome-based education. Now, what's more important? What you need to invest is the time and energy. If you can't dedicate time and energy, you cannot practice outcome-based education. It requires a lot of planning. When I interact with Dr. Raju Taleja, she said that, sir, I was working till 2 p.m. nights. When I called Dr. Neelu Verma, she said, sir, a meeting is going on. I am talking to the resource person from South Africa. When I called Dr. Meenakshi, she said that the report writing is going on. I will hand over. I will send you the email by 11 p.m. So this is what Dr. Rajesh, is working very, very hard in developing this best practice, scaffolding, digital pedagogies, and all the teachers of Bombay Teachers Training College have invested enormous time and energy in doing the planning. I think it requires a lot of energy, a lot of effort on the part of the teachers. Not easy at all. Then you need to unbundle instructional roles. And then now, since we are very few in numbers, what we have done in order to multiply our effects, what we have done, we have created our own clones in the form of, preparing few students, maybe 8 to 10. And these students has, help us in multiplying, these skills among the other students. I think this is what is the need of the hour. And that's how we have created the different layers of leadership at Bombay Teachers Training College. And this is what we do. This is what we exist in the form of a learning community. We say it's, we are all at the same platform and we learn together. I think the BTDC is an emerging learning community and we are learning together. We are learning from one another. I think this should be the spirit and this should be the instructional, we can say, strategy of any of those organizations. And for that, you need disruption. disruption. Pandemic has already created the disruption, but we are, adding to that, keeping our students on the toes, defining the objectives, by adding many more tools to be learned, to be, we can say, demonstrated by the students. I think we must do it because we have confined ourselves in our houses, and we can afford to do that, and we are doing it, and we will keep it doing. Then, as I said, that ultimately, if you see what we do must reflect in what we intend to do in future also, in the form of developing a learning community. Now, these are some of the Miss Jyoti Bhatia is going to explain all those things. I'm not going to touching this, but the Jyoti Bhatia is going to, she's a tech savvy, she's an engineer, she works very hard, she's very reflective in her own approach. She comes with so many new ideas. She's going to touch upon more on reflective journal, portfolio assessment, e-portfolio, and rubrics, and all together, when you put together, you can have quality assurance models in order to see how much you have achieved at the end of the program. By saying so, I complete my presentation. Over to Dr. Mandeep Kochar. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for this beautiful journey, and it was really so wonderful. I wanted to become a student once again, that you keep speaking and I keep learning, but I need to abide by all the regulations of this FDP. So I collected the courage to tell you that it's time for us to wind up, because your students are your faculty now, which you said it, that emphatically you had been saying that you give the chance to empower them. So I welcome Miss Sapna Chhabdia and Miss Jyoti Bhatia. You need to divide amongst yourselves only your time now, and you present yourself. So I welcome first Miss Sapna Chhabdia, and then over to Miss Jyoti Bhatia, because today we have valedictory program, and we will have to wind up in time. Mr. Ranjit, please unmute Sapna Chhabdia, miss. Thank you, Dr. Balani. There had been some questions sequentially for you all, so please keep checking the chat box. Yes, Miss Sapna Chhabdia, please unmute Sapna.
Yes. So Jyoti, Jyoti, would you like to first take it up, because I would just need about like 10-12 minutes. So I'm okay even if I do it at the end. So if you want, Jyoti, you may take it right now.
I think we can give more open time to Jyoti Bhatia till we start the valedictory, till we have the chief guest with us. Jyoti can continue. So Sapna, you can wind up within 10-12 minutes.
Okay, so all right. So ma'am, with sir's permission, with your permission, and I believe Jyoti would not mind this. So thank you very much in the first place to accommodate me today. I have certain points to put before I can actually share my screen. And that is that we noticed the skills inflation. Earlier, we've been talking about something like a skills gap. So I think one of the outcomes that we've been talking about is that preparing students for the career, for the jobs outside. So the career readiness or the job readiness. So because all learning ultimately leads to preparing students for life. And for life, of course, it's got to do something with our job, with our careers, and so on and so forth. So what is skills inflation? Well, I have noticed it, I've experienced it, that no matter how well the concepts are taken care of in every educational institution for that matter, because I personally feel every educational institution is like a temple, and where the education is imparted to the best of the abilities of the teachers, yet what's going on is a lot of technological development. I'm to say you just about manage to learn one and get perfected at it, and there is something else. And obviously that makes a job of educational institutions absolutely challenging as well as interesting. And therefore now we cannot really upskill students or teach students all the possible technical skills in our respective fields. Because as I said that, You just about manage to get a hands-on something, and then you realize it's almost getting obsolete, or there are new features, there are new versions to that, and so on and so forth. But what we can do is, do something. I'm going to say, teach our students, at least give them a chance, give them an opportunity to learn through some such platforms which have stayed there for many years, which are growing, but the fundamentals are remaining the same. And I'm sure there are many of them if you explore. And today I'm going to talk about one such, you can call it an app, you can call it a software, and that is the MS Excel, our very own suite, Microsoft Excel. It is one of the parts of the Microsoft suite. And to keep it kind of impact, I'm going to just be talking about how accounting, whether it is at the school level, because most schools also have an accounting subject at 9th, 10th grade, and all the way up to whatever level you can think of, up to the PhD as well. How can Excel really enhance the teaching learning situations in accounting? Well, I would say the concepts have to be still taken care of by the teacher, and it can be done very beautifully with a simple blackboard and chalk. But what is important is that when students, learn accounting in terms of concept, in terms of all those, whatever goes into the rules and the laws and accounting standards and etc. Yet when you are put in a situation where there is this window in front of you and there is some accounting, kind of a program, software, app, whether it's cloud or whether it's a legacy system, I'm talking about the real life situation. I'm to say that journey from the pencil and paper accounting to that point can be a little difficult. Not difficult, I'm to say there's an additional time required there. And also, what is more important is, again, this is based on my own experience as well as my interviewing with the students, that, when they are interviewed for the job in the accounting and the auditing, they are asked about the technology. They're asked about the system that they have a hands-on experience on. And we need to, prepare and equip our students with something, not all of it, it's impossible, but at least some very basic and a very nice and a very robust system, which can definitely, give you the confidence of, giving a good interview, because indeed you have walked the talk, because indeed you have worked on it. And it's like this, I'm to say, if you know a technology, if you are comfortable, if you have developed that rapport with the technology, it doesn't take too much to learn new systems. I mean, it wasn't very difficult for people to migrate from the legacy system where they had their own software, their own systems, where they were doing accounting, to go to the cloud. So it's as simple as that. It isn't difficult. But the journey from the paper and pencil to sitting in front of a machine and then handling the trial balance there, a profit and loss over there, it's going to take some while. And more so, I'm to say, we don't want our students to be, just, placed or get less marks in the interview and therefore miss a chance just because their concepts were good, but the technical, hands-on experience on handling accounts was missing. So here is just a little bit that I want to do. And for this, I'll need to share my screen. And here I go. All right. All right. The screen, I believe, is visible. And to keep it simple, I just have about like 4 tabs. Now, what you can do with Excel? You can teach with Excel. Yes, very well. You can teach with Excel. Students can learn with Excel if the teacher has created a problem and a solution. And what this does to students is, this is very good in case the students learn at their own speed. Now, we all have experienced in the class that not all students have the same pace of acquisition of knowledge, of learning. But also we understand the teacher is all perpetually constrained by the time. Teacher has a limited time to complete so much. All right. So the best of the best methodologies may also not really, give you the outcome in that particular limited frame of time and in case of certain students. So there is a necessity, there is a need for something, a platform which looks so nice, which is so robust, and where the students can be given an access to, like, so you can share your file with them as your notes, and where they can sit, with it in their own sweet time whenever they feel like at home. And most colleges are equipped with the sophisticated computer labs. Of course, now pandemic is making it a little difficult, but we know this is not going to last forever. So, now this, what I'm talking about, is as good, can be applied as very well when the things go back to normal, which is going to happen so soon. I'm so positive. And yeah, so that's about it. So you see, it takes care, you can enhance your teaching. They can learn on their own, and you can have zillion assignments given to them without actually working zillion times. I mean, to say so many times. A simple thing like this is, now this is I'm going to say that this can be applied. This Excel can be used for every subject, but to keep it limited, I have only taken accounting. So let's say there is this depreciation methods and calculations we all know. So these are the 4 depreciation methods. I'm not getting into the details of it because this is not the depreciation class. So here is this asset called office equipment. Its original cost is 20,000, its life is 10, and its salvage value is 1,000. And under 4 methods, this is how the amounts are. So what's going on over here? How did I get that? Did I work it out of I'm just saying out of the system on my calculator? No way. But now the students have to, because assessments are designed that way. Well, what I'm talking about is completely engaging students into learning, acquisition of knowledge, developing and understanding, and at the same time, breaking that barrier of doing accounts with the technology. So now what happens is the student, but you need to train students of how to navigate this particular little, sheet within this worksheet. And what they have to do is they understand the question. Of course, you can add more information to that. And then if they want, I'm to say, what is a straight line method? So you can see in this particular cell, there is this little red triangle in one corner. And when you don't even have to click, when you just go there, it gives you a text. It opens a tab because I've inserted a feature called insert comment. The asset depreciates by the same amount each year of its useful life. So now what is happening is, to look at it, I'm going to say this looks so crisp. All I see is a problem and a solution. I have not really filled this up with too much information, but if I want to know what is SLN, and so it's going to, all the students need to know that if you just go and, put your pointer over there, it will tell you what SLN is. It will tell you what a declining balance is, and so on and so forth. So you see what it is doing is, it is, the way we do it in a textbook, the flipping the pages to see, oh, what it is. Let me go back to the definition. Here it is. Now, this is just one tiny bit of the Excel features that I've used over here. I'm to say there is this whole universe out there, and it's such a robust system that you can sit with it without really needing that kind of break. So here it is. Here you can, it's like almost putting your notes in there, and then here is the calculation. So how did I get this sum? I'm to say, look at here. Look at this thing. Here is the formula. There's a formula for everything. Now, of course, you may argue that, but they need to know the formulas. Yeah, they need to know it by heart, because I mean to say, maybe a part of the assessments could be testing it through Excel, but they still need to do the assessments with paper and pencil. The concept of the calculation of formula for straight line method should still be there. I totally agree. But I never said that you begin with this. I said that after you have reached a certain level of teaching, for that matter, this topic called straight line method as a depreciation method, after a certain point of, knowing the formula and all, let them put them on Excel, okay? And now it's easier for them, because the more they look at it, the more that formula, which, we try to by heart or sometimes understand, etc., that gets, perfected in their mind, that gets really rooted in their mind. Now, to cut it short, what you can do is, why did I say that, you can have so many different types of assignments. The 40 students in your class, for example, and you want to give each one of them 40 different assignments, because you want to keep that, you just want them to handle a different problem, okay, at least different, that the students think is different. Now, what you want to do over here is 40 problems and therefore 40 solutions. I'm going to say, come on, I'm going to say, we no one has this kind of, the time. I'm going to say a day is still a 24 hours for teachers also. All you have to do is let's think about it. I'm just say, see what I'm doing here. So if this 20,000 suddenly, becomes say like 30,000, all right, and what everything changes, because what I have primarily done is here. What I have primarily done is create a template. So I went on to the other sheet to tell you this is not, don't look, this happens because there's nothing out there. So all the formulas are based on the C4, C6, C5 cells. So once I input anything over here, all this will get populated on its own. So this is the beauty. I'm going to say, so like this, you can have like 30, 40. All you have to do is just put a different number over here, and this will keep changing. So for you also, I'm going to say, you don't have to maintain the 40 tabs over here, 40 sheets over here. All you have to do is, all right, so here I go. If I want to assess, if I want to evaluate the paper of somebody, say, let me go back to this, because there's some information out there. Well, maybe, I'm evaluating somebody's work whose office equipment is of the value 20,000. All I do is here, and therefore all these numbers have changed, and all I have to do is match it with the answer that they have submitted, and then see if it is correct. So with just this thing, you're still giving 40 different problems to, or maybe 100 different problems to 100 students. You give them this so that they learn. Now, as I said that, when they actually go for the job, nobody gives them just a paper and pencil if they are taking some kind of demonstration of skills. They're put on some kind of, system to work on. So they must, I personally feel that as far as a subject called accounting is concerned, auditing is concerned, they must know the formula-based accounting also. Now, for instance, if I want to look at the formulas, all I have to do is go to the formulas tab. Well, I need to move this because, okay. All I have to do is go to the formulas. Here I go and show formulas. So you see the same document, just, like expanded itself. And now I can get to see all the formulas. So, a lot can be done with that. And just one last tiny bit that I need to share with you all. And that is, simply like, so, there are times when we are asked to do the horizontal analysis of certain assets, liabilities, the vertical analysis. So again, this is template based. You change one thing, say this becomes, for instance, 5, and things change. All right. So again, a template based. So I'll just wind up my this session by telling you that a lot can be done with MS Excel, template based system, which will enhance the teaching, the learning. The students, if you truly want them to be engaged and explore, at least, the 2 E's, I'm very confident, evaluation becomes so, enjoyable with this time because it's giving you a huge outcome. Every student, a different assignment, but on teacher's part with very limited time, in a limited time with 100% accuracy, you can do the work. So this is a little bit that I wanted to say. And what you're doing alongside, you are upskilling them with the technology. You can teach them every possible accounting software that's out there, like Tally, the QuickBooks, and there is SAP, the cloud-based accounting. You can't teach. I'm just saying that will be too much of the scope, too much to be handled. But I think it does a huge amount of what you can say, great contribution by the institution, by the teachers, where even you have taught them one technology. This is an in-house resource. Like most of our computers have the MS Suite, so this is just there. I'm just saying, we're not really talking about the subscription and all that. Maybe you can go for the latest version, like Office 365 for the latest features. There's a lot of creativity. This is so simple that I've done. You can bring in a lot of color, design, and lots of other things. And that's it. So, this is just, letting you know that this could be one of the very great resource to explore how one can improve the teaching learning situations and make the teaching learning truly immersive, with the help of technology, which is our very own. And we all have MS Suite. We all have put it there in the computers. So any questions? I'll be open to questions whenever Dr. Mandeep Kochar thinks it's the right time for me to answer the questions. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for giving me this chance. And yeah, once again, I'll just stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Sapna. We will take up the questions at the end. And I request Jyoti Bhatia, Miss Jyoti Bhatia, to take over the session now. And Jyoti, please allow me to skip over the formal introduction. I will just, Sapna Miss, I think you can stop sharing your screen.
I stopped sharing my screen already, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We will take up the questions later. I am taking this privilege also onto myself that Jyoti Bhatia is our student, now our faculty. She has joined Bombay Teachers Training College recently, engineer by profession and teacher by choice. Jyoti, we welcome you on this platform, and over to you for all those passionate tools and apps and which you had been discussing, teaching to your students, and we are there to learn from you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the opportunity as well. I shall share my screen now.
Are you putting your video on so that we can keep
no,
you in
ma'am.
the
If I put
spotlight?
my video on, then the Zoom becomes heavy for me.
Fine.
So,
Okay, no problem.
ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes. Model of, yes, outcome-based education you have started with.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay. First of all, sorry if the presentations get interrupted because we will have valedictory section later on. So, in this 4 sessions, you all have seen lots of tools, and as a teacher, I can understand that there is a lot of confusion as to where to start, where to begin, how do I select, which will be best for me, what should I do. So to clarify that, I would like to begin with a very small model that will help you all to decide which tools to begin with. So as we know, Google can give you 10,000 tools for one idea, but we need to decide and come to one tool that will be best for us. So how do we select that? So for that, there is a model which we can use, and this model will help you to decide and come to at least 4 or 5 tools. And from that, based on how well versed you are with it or how easy it is for you to incorporate into your class, or based on whether it is free or whether it is subscription. So there will be different factors. So at least 5 to 6 tools you will be able to gather from this kind of model. And from there, then you can start to go ahead and use those digital models inside your classrooms. So to begin with, the first thing that you need to know is your own teaching style. Okay. So what is exactly teaching style? So usually teachers adopt a role of either authority, that is, they are the one who are going to give the lecture and the students are going to listen to them. So that is an old school kind of a scenario, but some topics do require that kind of a style of teaching. Okay, so it's not something that is not required, it is something that is required based on what topic you are teaching. Okay, delegatory is where you are allowing the children to do more. So you're allowing your students to do more, and you are delegating the task to them. So that is a delegatory teaching style. Then you can be a facilitator. So you allow them to explore as and how they want for the topic that you've given them, but you facilitate them and tell them that these are the resources you can use. This is the way you can go ahead. This is how you must do it. So you're facilitating their learning and they go ahead and explore it on themselves. The fourth type is the demonstrator. So you demonstrate to them how things need to be done, and after that they take upon themselves to do it. So usually the practical that we have, say in the science lab or even in the computer labs, so all these practical components are usually the demonstration style of teaching. And the fifth one is a hybrid component. where usually one teacher doesn't adopt one teaching style. She can adopt 2 or 3 teaching styles based on what content she's teaching of her syllabus. Okay. So that is the teaching styles that we have. First, you have to decide what is the teaching style. After that, you have to decide what is your student's learning style. Now, this is very important. We've decided how we can teach. Now we have to understand what are the students' capability, what are their learning style, how are they learning. So that is very important. So usually learning styles can be again divided into many categories, but the 4 simple ones that you can understand is visual, auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetics. Okay. So now what we mean by visuals, there are many students who have photographic memory, and you know, by just simply seeing one visual, they will remember ki yahan se yahan, yahan se yahan, aur yahan se yahan. So they will quickly remember the flow charts, for example, and they will tell you how, and you know, how one thing goes from other just based on one flow chart that you show them. Then there are auditory ones, those who like to listen and explore for themselves, or you know, they like to talk it out so that they listen to themselves. When they're explaining to themselves, they can understand the concept. So this is auditory style of learning. Then we have the reading and the writing styles. There are many students who prefer to read it on their own and then try to understand what the concept is. And the 4th one is kinesthetic. By kinesthetic, we mean you have to basically give them experiences where they are moving around or doing something basically on their own. When they're doing something on their own, they learn a lot. So these are the 4 basic learning styles that are there. So as a teacher, we should ideally be having all learning styles so that we are incorporating all learners. But say, for example, you already know the batch. So say you are now teaching in TY. So you are very well versed from 1st year and 2nd year that how are they learning, what do they prefer. Okay. So based on that, you can decide which learning style you want to cater to. So these are this is the second step that you need to take care of. Then comes the third, that is study the teaching tools. So now we've understood that there are teaching styles. We've understood that there are teaching learning styles. Now you have to understand there are teaching tools as well. Okay. So just like we have a model right now, I'm teaching you with the help of model. So this is model teaching that I'm doing. So I'm using a tool called as model teaching. So similarly, there are many things you can use. Say, for example, concepts maps are used usually in sciences. Then flow charts are used usually in logic. So electronics will have flow charts. Computers will have flow chart. IT will have flow charts. So you all can use this based on what is your teaching area. You will decide on a teaching tool. Now, what do you do in the next step? Now that you know and you've come down to these things, that what you want, how you want, now you will try to select the digital tools. But before you implement the digital tools, what are you going to do? You're going to reflect. Is this useful? Is this meeting my teaching style? Is this meeting my children's learning style? Is this meeting my teaching method? Okay. And then you will implement it. After you've implemented, you will know from one class whether it worked or it didn't work. So you will go back, you will reflect and revise. How can I do this better? So today I say, for example, you started using, say, PowerPoint presentations. Now say 5 years back, you used PowerPoint presentation and your knowledge today for PowerPoint presentation will be totally different. So what did you do? You reflected upon, you revised your information, you reflected, you revised your knowledge. So same way you're going to do with the digital tools as well. You are going to select a tool, revise, implement, revise, implement, revise, implement. So reflection, revise, and implement, these 3 things need to be done with your digital tools as well. So after this, you will come to know that you will have a mastery on one tool, and that tool will help you to cater to a lot of learning styles of your students. Now that digital tool could be anything. Okay. So this model helps you to basically come down to at least 5 to 6 tools for one class. And then based on what your class accepts and what is best suited for your class, you can use one tool for that. Okay. So just revising this into more refined way. So first one is examine your own teaching style. Then second is assess your students' preferred learning styles. What do they prefer? Then study online and traditional teaching and learning tools. So online and traditional, both you have to compare. Can I do this in the classroom as well? And can I do this online? So you can use this in both the format, not only for the traditional teaching tools, but also for the online teaching tools. Then select online teaching and learning digital tools. Then you reflect, implement, reflect, and again revise. So this is the model. Now based on this model, I hope it becomes clear to you all as to which digital model you should be adopting for yourself, which will be easy for you as your teaching style, which will be easy for your students in the classroom based on their preferred learning styles as well. Now, once this model is clear, because we've been doing so many digital tools in these sessions, we move on to the outcome-based education. Now on outcome-based education, we've already seen the 4 quadrants. So what my presentation focuses on is the assessment. Now, as you will notice, there is a quadrant completely for assessment, but the teaching learning process also has assessment. Okay. So when we are talking about teaching learning process, this assessment is to gauge how much the students have learned. And the assessment here in the quadrant is to gauge how well the course, the program, or the university is doing. So these are the 2 types of assessment that are happening. But we are going to see 3 tools today that are applicable in both the scenarios. That is in the teaching learning process as well as the assessment process as a whole quadrant. Okay. So what are the 3 tools that we are going to look at? The first one is rubrics. The second one is reflective journals. And the third one is e-portfolio. Okay. So because we don't have much time, so I will not go deep into each one of them, but I would like to show you all more options on each one of them so that you all have more options. Okay. So moving on to digital tools for rubrics. So there are 10 tools that I have, 9 tools that I have kept here, and we will look deep into one of them. So quick rubric is one of them, rubric maker. Then we have Ruby Star. Then we have Orange Slice. So Orange Slice is an add-on for your Google. Then iRubric is there. Then you have Teachnology. Then you have rubrics. Then coming to something that we are a little more well-versed as compared to not being completely new, that is Google Classroom. We can even make it simply in a PowerPoint and a Word doc as well. Okay, so even if we don't have these fancy digital tools, we can still make it on a PowerPoint, or we can still make it in a document with a simple table format. So rubric is not difficult at all. And here I have added a little resource. I have shared a file with you all, and these are all clickable links. So the minute you click on any of these links, you will be directed to the website of it. So out of these tools, we will just look at one of them, which is Quick Rubric. So when you open the Quick Rubric page, this is how it looks like. And instead of just logging or anything, you can simply start to create a rubric. Now, as you can see, it's a very easy one that you can use. So you have to give your rubric title here. You have to give the description and the instructions to your students here. It becomes very easy to put it. Okay. And then the minimum and the maximum score. Say your assignment is of 10 marks. So you're going to put a max score, and say you have a passing of 4 and you can't fail them. So you will put a minimum score of 4 here. Okay. And if you don't want to put any minimum score, you are still allowed to do that. Okay. So based on what is your requirement, you can do that. Now, as you can see, they have already created 3 categories, that is beginning with 0 points, emerging with 1 point, and proficient with 3 points. Okay. So based on where your students are, you can give them the points. Now, the maximum the student can get here is 9. The minimum the student can get is 0. So that is why they have a minimum and a maximum score. So if you put a minimum of 4, you will notice that 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So 1, 2, and 3 would become the minimum here, and 9 is still the maximum here. So this can be changed also if you want to make it personalized, but we are not going too much into that feature. So now making a very quick small rubric here, the criteria area comes on the left side. Now, as you can notice, these arrows will help you to push your criteria above or below. Okay. And you can simply close it or remove that criteria if you want to. You can add a row or you can add a column based on what kind of rubric you want to make. Okay. Since we don't have time, I will not create the rubric here. I will go on to the next part, that is digital tools for reflective journals. Now, what happens is reflective journal, I'll just give you a small brief of reflective journal. When we, what happens is usually we ask them to see a lot of videos. We ask them to see a lot of, read a lot of articles, read a lot of papers, but we never get to come to know what did they understood out of watching that video? What did they understand out of reading that article? So what happens is if you create a practice of reflective journal, you can ask them to write daily of what they learned inside the classroom, what they learned from the video, what they learned from the article. So based on what your requirement is, you can make a reflective journal. So this is what reflection practice is like. You make them to write. Now, why writing is important is the minute you write, your brain processes your information very fast. And therefore, the reflection, not only from the thinking point of view, but when you journal it and when you write it, you are sort of making it a concrete concept inside your brain. Okay. So when you're doing that, the concept becomes crystal clear. So when you're asking your students to write a reflective journal, they basically are telling you what they understood, and plus they are making it clear for themselves whether it is right or wrong. So based on reading from the reflective journal, you will understand whether your students have grasped the topic or they haven't. Okay. So now which tools can be used digitally for this is, again, there are 9 tools. Penzu is one, Journalate, and Diario. So now Penzu, Journalate, and Diario are usually even used for not just for the academic purpose, but also for personal purposes. But they are very beautiful apps. So if you're, websites. And if you use these websites, what happens is you can use it for your reflective journal, and it becomes a lot of interactive for the students to features where you can add photos, where you can add videos. So, you can experiment with it. Then we go to bloggers. Now, when we talk about bloggers, the first thing comes into mind is blogging. Yes, blogging is also a form of reflective journaling only. So when you're journaling your thoughts, you are basically thinking about something and then writing about it. So when you are using blogging for that matter, so any website for blogging can be used as your reflective journal. Blogger is just one such example. Now, when we go to these apps like Evernote, so Evernote is very good from the point of view that you can put your audios also, you can put your videos also in this. So it is very helpful in that manner, and it's very user friendly. So when it is user friendly, it becomes easy for the students to use it. Google Keep. Now, Google Suite has a lot of things, and the best part of Google is it's all for free. So Google for Education is always free. So you can use Google Keep anytime you want, and it becomes very easy to use it inside your classroom as well. Then coming to Anchor. So now from year to year, we were talking about writing. But what if, like we said, there are different learning styles, right? So what if a child doesn't want to write something? What if he wants to speak? It is easy for him to speak what he's understood rather than writing. So then you can use something like Anchor, which basically helps them to create their own podcast. So instead of writing something, they will just
I think we don't have Jyoti Bhatia with us. Host, please let me know.
PPT is on. PPT is on.
Yes, Jyoti, we can hear you, although there is a lot of net lag.
I think she lost the connection.
So in the meanwhile, when she gets back to us, if there are any questions, Mr. Ranjit, please let me know when Jyoti is back with us.
Sure.
And If there are any questions in specific, could I request Dr. Yogini to please take up the questions? And in the meanwhile, Dr. Balani will let us know if we have our chief guest with us. We will switch over quickly to our valedictory program. Can we take few questions, sir?
Mandeep ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Mandeep ma'am.
Yeah, she is there, ma'am.
Yes, Jyoti is back. Jyoti, if you can wind up within another 5
Yes,
minutes.
ma'am. I'll just need a minute. Sorry for the interruption with the network.
And if we have Dr. Yogini by that time, and if any very important questions are there, I request Dr. Yogini to please pick up only those questions for the day.
Mandeep madam.
Yes,
Nina here. Padma madam is a little tied up in some meeting in the board office, so she will not be able to join. And Manju madam will be joining, but she has asked us to start with the valedictory. She will be joining in between.
Okay, fine, ma'am. We will wind up with the question answer round and then quick report of the whole event. The proceedings will be read out.
Yes, madam.
And I will hand it over to you after the question and answer round.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Jyoti, are you with us? Miss Jyoti Bhatia, are you on the platform? Okay, Dr. Yogini, can you take up few questions? If our resource persons for today, they can read some of the questions from the chat, if very specifically those questions were to them. Dr. Balani, there was a question for you. The feedback. Yes, sir, you can take it up. The feedback mechanism.
And then we will continue. Jyoti, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. Moving on to the digital e-portfolios. There are again many sites that you can use here for e-portfolio. OneNote is one of them, which allows you to put all kind of files. Pathbright is again one of them. Weebly is again a site which helps you to create your own websites. So again, your websites can be created as your e-portfolio. Our campus is one of them. Digication is one of them. WordPress, Prezi, Book Creator, Seesaw, and lastly, I've added a resource where you all can learn more about e-portfolios. So these are basically the tools that I wanted to show you all. So I would like to show you all an example of a portfolio created here. So this is a portfolio created on the wordpress.com. And as you can see, the person here has put her name.
I think so. We lost Jyoti.
I think we have lost Jyoti madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Looks like, yeah.
Balani sir, would you like to take it over?
Yes, Mandeep ma'am, there is one question which has drawn my attention. The question has been put up by Dr.
The feedback mechanism. Sir, you want me to read the question?
No, what I will say that rather than we speak, the students are present on the portal. Let them speak, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. So the question is feedback mechanism from students and parents a part of process, whether the outcomes are achieved or not at the end of the course, and how far teachers' feedback on students, which is ignored at the times, are helpful in conveying achievement status of the outcomes to the students.
So can we request some of the students, please put your cameras on and we will have the pictures as well. And you please give the answer to this question also.
See, Mandi madam, from parents' point of view, parents' feedback is concerned, what we do, we organize PTA, parents teachers meets, and the entire program is conceptualized and developed by the students, and student perform and parents see them. So this is how parents get to know what their students are, their children are doing at Bombay Teachers Training College. So this is how parents are involved in the process of understanding what BTTC is doing. Now over to the students. Now students are the best judges. They can speak about our philosophy or the way we conduct ourselves, conduct classes online, offline. Kindly feel free to share your feedback.
Can I request the volunteers of this FDP? They had been helping us for organizing it. What is what can be their feedback on it?
Mandeep madam, can Yogini be unmuted? Please put the message.
Yes, ma'am, definitely it's our mistake. Mr. Ranjit, Dr. Yogini.
Yes, ma'am, I've done that.
Dr. Yogini Bombardikar. I request some of the students, please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr.
Done.
Balani sir is waiting for your responses.
Yes, ma'am, I've done them.
Yes, well, thank you, Ranjit.
Unmute all students, no? Some of students might show interest to share their experiences, their reflections.
Anupama Bijlani has raised her hand. Maybe she wants to speak.
And I think it's time you can unmute all the participants.
Good evening, everyone. Anupama Bijlani this side. So the experience of this webinar, even I said this yesterday in our personal group, that this is our first week in B.Ed and the first week started on a bang. Both these days, the resource person, the principal, the vice principal, ma'am, we learned a lot, so much in the first week itself. All of us are extremely excited for our journey ahead of 2 years. Seriously. Thank you so much. It has been a great 2 days journey.
Mandeep ma'am, Anupma belongs to CHM College.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Anupama, you will learn more. Like this is just the beginning. You know, this is just a trailer. You will see the whole picture in these 2 years.
Sure. Definitely, ma'am. Definitely.
And sir, I would, if I say a few words about this college after, having 2 years in this college and learning so much, it will be like chota muh badi baat. Sir, I really wanted to thank you and Mandeep ma'am and all my professors for giving so many opportunities. I have told this Balani sir, I think last week also that, sir, when you are saying no to some opportunity, you are losing an opportunity to learn something. So whenever someone asks you, some teacher asks you to do something, never say no. If you wanted to do it, if you wanted to learn something, say yes, ma'am, I don't know how to do it, but I will do it. So this is the way you will learn from your, from your teachers, from your colleagues as well. Sometimes your students, your colleagues will teach you more than you know. So these things will happen when you say yes. So that is my, to all my juniors, all my FY friends, I would say that, I would say this message, that please come whenever we are asking you something to do it, say yes, I will do it. yes, I will. I don't know anything about it, but I will do it. So that is the best thing you can learn from your journey, I would say.
Anjali has raised the hand. Anjali Makwana.
So Salsabil, the senior batch, I think is most responsible for, raising the bar of teachers' expectation also. So you have risen the benchmark and आप लोगों ने teachers को बिगाड़ दिया है and we expect more from the first year.
Ma'am,
So
I
you
will
have
say
to
you
train
will miss
them.
me. I will say you will miss me.
You have to train them so well so that we don't miss you.
Yes, yes, of course, of course. We are there. As always, we say that the few students I know from my friends that they are always there. Whenever you call us, whenever you text us, we will reply you. We will guide you that how can you improvise your thing and be creative. Be creative. But I am the social secretary, and Balani sir gave me the whole authority to be creative. Like you will not ask, you will be not give मुझे creative होने में someone will stop me. You want to make videos, you want to make brochures, you want to do anything related to social media, you have the authority. Take approval from the teachers, tell them that I have done this. So just be creative and do be more innovative. That way you will learn more. That way you will learn more.
I think that is the grand ambassadors are speaking that BTTC only does not produce teachers. We are producing people for all types of industry. We are making them engineers. We are making them tech savvy and get adjusted in banking. So wherever they will go in life, they will flourish. Thank you so much. If any more feedback for today is there from, I would wish that if some teachers from CHM College
or from the other various institutions, we have some people from some 14 states over here. So we request someone to speak. Anybody?
In that case, you probably will be the right person to identify the people because registrations have come to CHM College.
Yeah.
So if you can identify people and if you can.
I will request the participant to be critical in the feedback so that give the, the way we have planned it, the way we executed it. We might have left some gaps in planning and in execution. So that will be valuable for us to improvise when we will organize a few more webinar series like these are concerned. So we're looking.
So let us know what best you wish to carry with you and what you missed out. Leave that with us. We will improvise upon that.
Can we have someone from CHM College, please speak?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
I can see so many names.
Mr. Ranjit, you must unmute now.
Dr. Dipesh Karmarkar, I can see you're there.
Yes, ma'am, I've done them. Unmute them.
Yeah, Dipesh, can you please speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please.
Only thing I'm unable to put my camera because of my internet is bit getting fluctuated. But let me tell you that I have enjoyed so much these last 2 days. And especially, at least I was not knowing so many tools that were told to us and rather taught to us. Yes, one thing I always felt even now that कि अरे बहुत जल्दी खत्म हुआ और भी देखना चाहिए या even I wanted to do मतलब I was doing side by side मैं दूसरा टैब ओपन करके आपने जो भी टूल सिखाया सारे पे मेरे अकाउंट्स क्रिएट हो चुके already while listening to these teachers. So I thought there should have been with more time so that even we can do some hands-on kind of, which I did after the workshop yesterday. So it was absolutely beautiful. So more such programs, maybe on some specific tools, so say 2 tools or 3 tools, जिसपे हम एक tool को थोड़ा time दे सके थोड़ा ज़्यादा, and then even we can practice and do something. So that would be really good. But both these days gave a lot of exposure to us. So thanks a lot to BTTC College and all your resource persons. And I'm so impressed with your teacher, your students also. So it's great. If we could get the email IDs of the resource person, maybe through our CHM college authorities, so that while trying up these, if we have any issue, we can just mail them our questions, so that we can get some help or guidance in that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. The message has well taken. This should be considered as orientation to the tools, and then when we have the extensive workshops, maybe we will take only 2 to 3 tools or maximum 5 tools, and we will have extensive workshops on those particular tools which are for content creation and maybe for assessment. Well understood message, sir. Shivaji Kapse is putting, yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Balani, sir, as we are working more than 25 years and right now with a live example of Anupa. So you are given best compliments to CHM. CHM provide the best quality basic input to not only our institute, most of the institutes. We put up good, better, best. Now today's smart efforts during this pandemic situation also. Thanks to Balan sir and his team. Thank you, sir.
Kapse sir.
Yes,
I can see a note from Dr. Neema Sajju Balan. Would she like to speak? Dr. Neema Sajju Balan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I like the sessions very much. But I have the same view that if we could concentrate only on a few tools, because too much of information was coming our way. So if we could concentrate on 2 or 3 tools, then that would have helped us, because we are at such a stage that we are also learning. So too much of information was becoming hectic for us. Although I liked the sessions very much. I liked it very much. I have learned about so many new tools that I can use for teaching. Thank you very much.
Madam, you're from which college?
I am from Rungta Engineering College, Chhattisgarh, Bhilai.
Thank you. So I think Yogini has been unmuted. Yogini, are there any questions which you would like to take up? Yogini?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Yogini.
All the questions have been addressed so far. Some of the questions already been tackled by Survi, and remaining 2 questions based on outcome-based education already addressed. So there are no more questions in the chat box.
Okay, thank you so much. So, sir, I think we can go ahead with the valedictory, because Manju madam will also be joining in a couple of minutes.
So thank you to all of you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your appreciation, and thank you for suggestions. It really had been a great collaboration, and we will go long way ahead with each other. And thank you to all the teachers of CHM College. A big thank you to the volunteers of BTTC team. On behalf of Dr. Bhagwan Balani, it's my duty to convey my thanks to all my colleagues. And it's I think for the first time that all members of BTTC teaching fraternity are the resource persons all together. So a big applaud for the faculty of BTTC and all the volunteers who have supported the faculty in a very great manner. Thank you, Dr. Balani, for this initiative and supporting us the way we wish to take this FDP forward, and allowing us whatever we wish to do in our small and big way. Over to you, Dr. Balani.
Madam, this is Vibha Mehra. Can I be given only 30 seconds?
Ma'am, yes, definitely more than 30 seconds also.
Okay. Ma'am, I am from National College, and I was the former IQAC coordinator. I liked these sessions very much. And one thing which I would like to say is that since BTTC has done such a wonderful job, I think for all the IQAC coordinators, considering the NAC parameter and particularly considering the second criteria of teaching, learning and evaluation, I think BTTC, if they can come up with one module, because we do not, I don't think anyone really understand what are the graduation attributes, what are the program special curriculum outcomes, and how it should be aligned with curriculum parameters and how it should be aligned with assessment. The way, because you are from the education field, I don't think that any one of us understands. So from at least all the colleges which are from HSNC board, if one module where everything could be explained properly, all these terminologies can be explained, it will be a beautiful thing. Everybody can come up with A+ grade.
Thank you so much. So well said and very well visualized. Dr. Balani's thumbs up definitely tells you that the next commitment he is ready with, and we are looking forward. And there is lots and lots of appreciation that is coming in the chat box. I think chat box is most active now when the session has got over, and it's really thank you to all of you. And it's wonderful to be sharing with our teaching fraternity whatever we have learned in this process. Always ready to teach. Teacher training institution, it's dutiful to be enhancing the qualities of teachers. So it's our duty. Give us the opportunity. We will be always ready to share our expertise with any institution, not only the colleges of HSNC board, but beyond that also. Over to you, Dr. Balani.
Madam, Dr. Lubna Mansoori has raised the hand, and one of the students, Reshma, has also raised the hand. So let us give.
Okay, sir. Yes, we can.
Sir, by mistake हो गया.
कुछ रह गया अभी डॉक्टर लुबना, अभी कुछ सिखाने के लिए रह गया. So she put the hand up. Yes, thank you. Yes, I can see there are.
Ma'am, can I speak?
Yes, please, madam.
Thank you for
introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Reshma Goregaonkar from BTTC, FY B8 student. When I took admission, that time sir told me that you are under special observation, and that I observed from this section. And when I was teaching in Thakur College, that time I was knowing only one tool. That was only Google form, but that was my low confidence. But when I completed this section today, I am getting more and more confidence that I can teach better than this after knowing each and every tools from this section. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity in your BTTC. And I am getting too much confident that after completing my BTTC from 2 years, that I will get more and more confident to teach my student as you are teaching.
So Reshma, it is not your BTTC, it is our BTTC from today. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am, for correcting me. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am.
I have an announcement.
So yes, Dr. Neena Anand, thank you for coordinating it so well, and over to you for valedictory.
Yeah, thank you so much. But before we start with the valedictory, I would like to tell the participants that there is an overall feedback form which I think Dr. Lakshmi Girish will be putting in the chat box. The certificates are linked to the overall feedback, so please make it a point to fill up the overall feedback. Lakshmi, I request you to please put the overall feedback in the chat box, link for the overall feedback so that people can start filling up. Thank you, Balani sir. Thank you, Dr. Mandeep Kochar. It was an excellent experience. I would now proceed to read the report for the 2 days faculty development program. Yeah, so brief report on the 2 days faculty development program on the theme of teaching learning strategies for outcome-based education. The 2 days faculty development program on the theme of teaching learning strategies for outcome-based education was inaugurated on Thursday, the 25th of February 2021 on the Zoom platform with 253 participants from almost 14 states of India. It was the academic initiative by 2 leading institutions of higher learning of HSNC board, the CHM College, which is affiliated to the University of Mumbai, and the BTTC, the Bombay Teachers Training College, which is a constituent college of the newly established HSNC University. The program began with the national anthem. Thereafter, Dr. Neena Anand, IQC Coordinator, CHM College, welcomed all the delegates of the 2 days program and briefly presented a concept note elaborating the theme of the program and introduced the rationale behind its organization. Principal of Srimati CHM College, Dr. Manju Lalwani Pathak, addressed the delegates about the collaborative efforts put in by IQAC of both the colleges in conceptualizing and materializing the idea of training the trainers in contemporary teaching learning strategies to enable the faculty to be ready for both challenges and opportunities lying ahead in the field of education. The chief guest of the inaugural session, Mr. Kishu Mansukhani, President of the HSNC board, blessed the gathering with his words of wisdom and guidance. In his address, Sir highlighted the need for continuous learning for the teachers and congratulated both the institutions for having taken the efforts to jointly organize the program. Dr. Bhagwan Balani, in charge principal, Bombay Teachers Training College, in his address spoke about the need of application of outcome-based education and its importance today. With such a sense of great pride, he stated that BTTC is one of the few colleges in India that is technologically driven and motivated to provide robust education structured with newly designed curriculum that is specially formed to equip students with the necessary leadership skills and tools for a modern world. He concluded his speech by informing how calculated risks and assessments are needed as a teacher to drive new ventures so that students can be equipped for a better tomorrow. The first session topic was outcome-based education and 4 quadrants paradigm. That is the Dr. Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy. There were 4 speakers, Dr. Bhagwan Balani, Principal BTTC, Dr. Rajiv Jha, Associate Professor BTTC, Dr. M.A. Ansari, again Associate Professor BTTC, Dr. Manisha Tyagi, Assistant Professor BTTC. Dr. M.A. Ansari, Associate Professor BTTC, took us into the brief life history of Dr. Benjamin Bloom and explained his famous framework, which has been applied in schools and colleges all over the world. His presentation comprised of the 3 hierarchical models used to classify educational learning objectives into levels of complexity and specificity, and the 3 lists covered learning objectives in cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. Sir also uncovered the area of the cognitive domain as being the center for rational thinking, while the affective and the psychomotor domains deal with the emotional learning attitudes, appreciation, and physical skills, accuracy, and speed, respectively. Dr. M.A. Ansari further explained the importance of how Bloom's taxonomy can be used as an effective teaching tool to help balance evaluative and assessment-based questions in assignments, tests, and in-class engagements to ensure that all orders of thinking are exercised in the student's learning. To explain the domains of Dr. Bloom's taxonomy, he made reference to various activities conducted by CHM College for the delivery of holistic outcome-based education. Dr. Rajiv Jha explained the 4 quadrants paradigm as e-tutorial, e-content, e-assessment, and discussion. In the last quadrant, which helps the student teacher clarify various misconceptions and get an overview of the course more likely and understand it more easily. The next speaker, Dr. Manisha Tyagi, acquainted the participant teachers with various templates used for designing strategies of outcome-based education. She elaborated the templates for dividing it into 3 outcomes, namely program education outcomes, program learning outcomes, and course learning outcomes, and briefly explained how each outcome is designed to provide the necessary tools and skills that students need to acquire in the 21st century. Some of the course modules that were deliberated within the template are course hours, lesson tests, practice sessions, individual learning time, and student learning time. Her presentation, her presentation was taken further by two students of BTTC, Ms. Bhavika Ganchandani and Ms. Ritika Makhija, who continued the discussion by indulging the participants in various tech tools such as quizzes and Google Sites. Ms. Ritika Makhija briefly introduced Google Sites as a valuable tool that can be used as a pre-class reference material. Live worksheets can be used during lessons and teaching through live simulations. Ms. Bhavika Ganchandani spoke on online assessment tools such as quizzes to enhance the teaching and learning experience. She also showed how a website can help in creating quizzes and lesson assessments to help interact and evaluate students in a fun-filled and vivid environment. Question answer session was handled by Dr. Chandrashil Tambe, member of the IQAC of CHM College. The section concluded with the vote of thanks by the Vice Principal of CHM College, Dr. Vilas Gaikar. The post-lunch session on the topic of immersive technologies for student engagement started with the first resource person, Dr. Raju Talreja. Dr. Talreja kept the entire participants engaged throughout with her activities-based presentation, where she skillfully toggled with all three platforms from Zoom to Slido.com and from Zoom to edpuzzle.com, explaining how online tools can be used to teach and analyze students' understanding. In the next session on technology integrated teaching learning strategies, Dr. Neelu Verma made her presentation on how to use the application of Canva as an effective tool for teaching and learning, and also explained how to make use Canva for preparing PPTs, logos, brochures, and much more. Mrs. Chabria was to work on MS Excel, but due to technical reasons, she was unable to do so. In the session on differentiated assessment strategies and case studies, Ms. Sharmeen Ansari introduced the audience to various ways in which Padlet can be effectively used for designing the strategies for teaching and learning. Question answer session was moderated by Professor Ajit Thomas at Department of Information Technology and member of IQAC CHM College. The session concluded with a formal vote of thanks by Dr. Bhavna Binwani, Vice Principal, Srimati CHM College. The third technical session on the second day was arranged to deliberate on the applications of technology integrated teaching learning strategies for designing effective learning experiences for the online teaching learning environment. Dr. Meenakshi Lat presented the conceptual framework for designing a technology-enabled learning experience. She also demonstrated various strategies for collaborative and technology-oriented teaching. She made appropriate references to the use of ICT tools such as Medley, Mentimeter, Nearpod, and Wordwall. She introduced the participants to the idea of a learning community, the example of how BTTC has developed into a learning community by using the model of Garrison, Anderson, and Archer. She also gave us an example by a story and explained it very beautifully. She also explained the various platforms which are used by BTTC for online learning and the various features of those platforms. Then Dr. Lubna Mansoori made an impactful presentation on technology integrated collaborative strategies. The term strategy was very well explained by her as a discussion technique that ensures equitable participation by giving adequate pace and time that is required for the students. She also explained an important concept of collaborative learning, which is key to understand and apply the strategy for interactive teaching learning process. She spoke about how to engage students through virtual gallery walk, how to meet students through the galleries, how to organize small groups to collaborate so that they can analyze the content on the pre-made presentations, and also how to prepare graphic organizers for concept mapping through the various tools available online. Dr. Priya Pillai, who was the next speaker, spoke on how to use various technologies for conducting research. She explained in detail how to use Medley for conducting research. And how to download Medley, how to generate automated bibliography, and and collaborate with individuals and groups. I'm sure this will go a long way in helping the young researchers to conduct initial research, write and review research papers. Ms. Sabil Sheikh and Ms. Jubia Sheikh introduced Mentimeter and Nearpod in detail to make the classroom interactive and more interesting with a colorful presentation. The session concluded with a vote of thanks by Vice Principal of CHM College, Dr. Shashibal Pandey. The post-lunch proceedings on the second day started with a technical session conducted by Mr. Ranjit Kalaskar on incorporating animation and slides for the presentation. Demonstration of the application Hot Potatoes made participants familiar with the use of software for creating interactive, multiple choice, short answer, jumbled sentences, crossword, matching, ordering, and gap-filling exercise for the World Wide Web. This is the best and most effective tool of converting content into the digital mode. He also demonstrated on the use of Cool Record Edit Pro, an application that allows users to record sound from any source to their hard disk. The editor allows to perform various operations with audio data, such as displaying a waveform image of an audio file, filtering, applying various audio effects, and more. Ms. Surabhi Yadav explained the easy ways of turning a PPT into a video by adding narration to make it more creative and lively. She also demonstrated the application of Google Forms as an effective assessment tool in outcome-based education. To make students learn by themselves in the absence of the teachers, these applications come in very handy. In charge principal, Dr. Balani emphasized the need to understand and to keep ourselves ready for the paradigm shift from teaching to learning that we all are witnessing today. Molding faculty for digitized teaching for outcome-based education is one of the key aspects dealt with in detail in the faculty development program. Thereafter, Ms. Sapna Chhabria explored the use of MS Excel as a teaching tool for teaching accounts to students and also as a means of assessment. Ms. Jyoti Bhatia explained on a model to select the most impactful and appropriate tool from the plethora of available tools for teaching. She emphasized on the importance of understanding the teacher's teaching styles and the students' learning styles before selecting a tool to customize the learning experience of the learners. She elaborated on rubrics, reflective journal, and e-portfolio. To conclude, the theme and various technical sessions arranged during this 2 days faculty development program, I can say, right from the planning strategies, the designing of courses, the finalizing of measurable course outcomes, planning for appropriate pedagogies, use of various interactive tools to make teaching more interesting and at the same time effective, to make use of various online applications to assess the performance of the students. The program has covered everything. So I believe that this program will be definitely of great importance to all those who have attended this. Thank you, one and all. Over to you, Balani sir. I now
Thank you, ma'am.
I now request Balani sir to, is Manju madam there? Has Manju madam joined? I'm sure she would like to speak a few words. Manju madam, are you there?
Yes, Nina, I'm there.
Thank you so much. Madam, I request you to please put in a few words.
Nina, I'm not opening my video because I'm traveling.
Okay, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. Yes, of course. I wish to give concluding remark on the entire 2 days this FDP program. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Balani.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, dear all vice principals, team of the organizing team of both the colleges, IQSC coordinator and coordinator of BTTC, all head of the departments, dear teachers, participants, and Dr. Balani. Sir, I think report which is read now, it itself gives the brief of the beauty of this program. But what I feel, that teaching among us, if it will be not updated, it will be not useful in the contemporary time. The knowledge which we gather, if we will not use this gathered knowledge in with the sense and wisdom as per our teaching profile, so this 2 days workshop again need to be revised. So better, this is the time that whatever we have learned in these 2 days, we have to implement in current future for our teaching. Balani sir knows very well about the role of teachers, and we being a teacher also know the role of teachers, but it is required to update ourselves time to time and learn the various strategies and skills of the teaching, which we have, I think, enough. We have 4 sessions with all teachers of BTTC college. Those have given the brief on each session. You see, when initially the potential recognized among the teachers, the potential to further the potential to master the high level of material, and the material which provided by these in these 2 days is going to definitely make our level at high and higher if we will implement entire thing. The programming, the social skills, all learning are very much recognized and as additional qualification, and which creates new opportunity for the students to better themselves. So this entire program is for the students through the teachers, so that the teachers have just as much to learn as the student that they teach, and each experience with the teacher only increases teachers. So knowledge of the material, the people and themselves, we have to reach on the task which we have decided. I was thrilled in the second session when after Balani, I don't remember the teacher of BTTC who has dealt who has dealt about the outcome based activities, and he himself taken the total events conducted by CHM college from the website of CHM, if I am not mistaken. So sir, I'm sure that your teacher has done very good homework on our own CHM events, and on that basis he explained that how the activities done by the CHM college, how the outcome based program has been done by CHM, and how we can reach to the outcome of the program which we set in the objectives. Teachers have just as much to learn as the student. As I said in the quote, that teacher has just as much to learn as students that they teach, and each experience with the student only increases teachers. So it is necessary that every time we should learn. And as stated by Brain Tracy, the potential of the average person is like a huge ocean unsailed, a new continent explored, a world of possibilities waiting to the release and change the channels towards some great good. Ultimately, the beauty in the teaching lies not only in the teacher's ability to give his students the opportunity to sail that ocean to a new continent, but to join his people as the two continue on its horizon. One is the views of you, and other is the of course students. So I'm sending the statement of Brain Tracy. If you will read, you will find that yes, the things which we have not done, we have to do, because it is a huge ocean of the teaching where we can unsailed things, the unsailed things can be sailed in the new continent which is unexplored by the teachers. So daily we have many things, and my teachers must have enjoyed, and other teachers from the various colleges of different states of India must have enjoyed whatever techniques they have learned today in the last two sessions, and yesterday in the two sessions with the theoretical and out-based entire brief given by the BTTC college. It is a wonderful experience for everyone. In between, I was also joining whenever I was getting the time, because in my mind 2 days the all BTTC teachers were going on, and my IQC team, that they are involved, and they must have done something good today. So I congratulate to IQSC IQSC coordinator Dr. Neena Anand and team of IQSC, as well as the coordinator of BTTC Mandeep and principal of BTTC Dr. Balani, and a big thanks to the participants. Those have made success this program for 2 days and join this program. And yes, my team of vice principal, those morally with me, means they had given the moral support to me for this program in 2 days, and time to time they were listening and waiting, and they got the chance to give thanks to everyone. And now also, Neena, I think there is a time of vote of thanks, so I'm handing over to you.
Yes,
Once again, the way we have started our collaboration, I hope for the especially criteria 2, we are going to go further, more collaboration with the BTTC. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for very concisely giving the spirit in which this entire, or informing the audience about the spirit in which this entire endeavor was undertaken. Now, as all good things must come to an end, we come to the end of this 2 days faculty development program. I now call upon Dr. Bhagwan Balani, Principal of Bombay Teachers Training College, to please propose the formal vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Neena Anand. Thank you for your kind words. I am thankful to Principal Dr. Manju Lalwani Pathak for doing my job of thanking each and every stakeholder of this 2-day faculty development program. She has beautifully thanked each and every member who was involved in this program. But still, I will formally thank each one of you. First of all, I would thank to our President, HSNC Board, Mr. Kushu Mansukhani, for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion with his digital presence and showering his love and blessings on both the families, CHM and BTTC. We are their children, and they have been always supporting all the colleges of HSNC Board with their moral, social, economical, all kind of support is there. The most important is that the way they motivate, they encourage, they acknowledge our efforts, always keeps us on toes to do something better than what Dr. Manju Lalwani has said. I am thankful to the entire CHM family, especially to the principal, Manju ma'am, the way you have created a big space for BTTC family in your family, CHM family, and the way you are invited, we are thankful to you. As parents, without your permission, all the faculty members of Bombay Teachers Training College, they brought their children also together. And we are also thankful and accepting our children, showering your love with kind words on them, accepting, learning from them. So it requires a big heart. And I'm thankful to the entire team of CHM, vice principals, IC coordinators, Pratima Das madam, and all the stalwarts of CHM for accepting even small to small child of Bombay Teachers Training College. And let me tell you, if you will measure the health parameters of each and every member of BTDC family, you will find all those health parameters and based of the best, we can say, parameters. I think our hemoglobin level must have gone high and up because we are associated with you. We have been, welcomed by you, and even the way our children got an opportunity to present their skills, I think speaks louder. And if we reflect on OBE, outcome based education, it has got a thread which has got three components: curriculum, transaction, assessment. All the three components shall go hand in hand. And I believe that with the right spirit, with the right, we can say, planning, we could achieve with a greater level of understanding and coordination. And the entire credit goes to the coordinators, Dr. Mandeep Kochar from BTDC, Dr. Neena Anand from CHM College, Dr. Pratima Das, a wonderful human being, always supporting, maybe on the forefront, maybe motivating us. I believe that the BTDC family, starting with Dr. Harjeeta Ansari, was done a job by correlating CHM college's activities with the Dr. Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy. Because I know CHM, I know the level of commitment of the CHM college, and even I know the reputation of the CHM college in the entire region of Ulhasnagar and Kalyan. CHM college is very, very popular, and most of the students from Ulhasnagar, they take admission at Bombay Teachers Training College. There is a college, Seva Sadan College, which is next to the CHM college, but still students to do BA from Bombay Teachers Training College, and they come here and do the take admission at BTDC. So CHM College has got its own ecosystem. We are very popular for the kind of social work that you do, the kind of association that you have with the industry, and the kind of work that Madam is doing in the CHM campus. I come to know about CHM program through the management, and I'm looking forward to learn many lessons, many such social endeavors which we have not yet undertaken. So there is many things that we also need to learn from you. So especially I deputed my colleague, my younger brother, Dr. Emin Ansari, to study the entire website and find out what is significant in that website, what kind of activities they are doing, what is the learning outcome, that reflects from the activities that has been posted on the website, to develop a deeper understanding about the work and the outcome that CHM is getting. And I'm very happy. The only thing is that we need to map it program by program with the help of the mapping technique that we need to implement by gathering the data, compiling the data, analyzing the data, and then preparing a comprehensive scientific report in the form of providing empirical evidences in front of the, we can say, community like NAC is there, UGC is there, our board is there, or Bombay University is there, because the university also is doing the academic audit. Every organization, even NIRF is there. There are so many organizations who are really interested to know the data and the outcomes. I believe that exercise is a very huge exercise. This requires a lot of communication, coordination, understanding, knowledge about implementation of OBE. I believe that Dr. Gide is there, and they have been recently accredited by NBA, and they follow this OBE model, because once I spent the entire day with him along with Mr. Parag Thakkar, and we got to learn that their entire curriculum is, we can say, designed on the philosophy of OBE. I think he can be a great help to us in mapping the program educational outcomes with course learning outcomes. I believe that we need to formulate a team of experts who shall minutely study the provisions which are there in the NEC criteria 2 and the kind of data that is required to be filled in appropriately in a very scientific manner in order to reflect and connect dots of OBE, which we have been following knowingly or unknown. But now we need to deliberately put those efforts and connect all those dots together so that we can claim that the kind of education system that we have been following are nothing but are being followed on the footsteps and the principles of OBE. So I think we will take it forward. As ma'am, you have suggested, BTTC family is there with you all. So many things can be done in collaboration, and we are ready for this. Thank you for showering a lot of love and affection to the children of BTDC, and especially to the entire faculty of Bombay Teachers Training College. I'm truly thankful to you. I'm also thankful to all the family members of Bombay Teachers Training College, always standing tall in all times with together as a family along with the children. I think that's amazing, we can say, experience. And I do not have the words to thank them, especially to the children of all the students of Bombay Teachers Training College. I think with your support, with your, we can say, commitment to learning, I think that motivates us to like anything. So words of appreciation can be, I can keep on going, but I believe that now it's time for me to say namaskar to each one of you for being and supporting. And as far as this program is concerned, I'm also thankful to all the participants who has joined this program across the India from 14 to 18 states. Please subscribe our channel, BTDC Official. Subscribe our Instagram, subscribe our Facebook, subscribe our YouTube, subscribe our Twitter. You will, and even our Telegram channel, because many more sessions are lined up, even with the CHM college and with the other colleges also, to be updated as far as the new frontiers of education are concerned. We are avid learners, and we will wish that if you are also an avid learner, please come and join this larger learning community like BTDC. By these words, I stop my word of thanks. Thank you for showering all your love and blessing to the entire BTC family. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. We have really enjoyed this 2-day session. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we will go ahead with this collaboration and take it further.
Yes, ma'am. So, Manju ma'am, with your permission, shall we end the meeting?
I think madam is not there.
Okay.
She was traveling when we had, she spoke from the car. So she was probably.
Ma'am, then shall we end the meeting with your?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mandi ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone. I remind once again to all the participants, please fill up the feedback forms and it will take few days for your certificates to be generated, and each one of you will get the certificate which is connected to the feedback form. So please, overall form you all should fill up. Thank you to each one of you, and happy learning. Stay blessed, stay connected. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mandeep ma'am. Thank you everyone.
Thank you everybody.
Mr. Ranjit, this meeting is over now. Please stop the meeting.